Yeah.
Because on this day.
In 1962, Patricia Morrison was born.
Yes.
She's the bass player for Sisters of Mercy on that song, and something of a goth royalty. She was in The Damned.
Really?
She was what other band was she in? Yeah, Sisters of Mercy, The Damned.
She was in the Beatles, I think, for a while, just briefly.
And she was married to the lead singer of The Damned, and they had a damn goth kid together.
Oh, his name was Bane.
And the song Lucretia, My Reflection, which is a little slower, so not to open with that. But that song was written about her.
You know, this song, this is probably the most well-known song of Sisters of Mercy, this Corrosion. And I really like it. But it's a very overblown, you know, kind of, and so it doesn't surprise me that Jim Steinman helped produce it.
Of course.
Because Jim Steinman does the most overblown, overly dramatic songs in rock and roll, like Bat Out of Hell and those songs from Meatloaf. So, I really, Sisters of Mercy, they were good. Not around very long.
Yeah. Music for vampires.
Goth rock. So that song, this Corrosion, featured very prominently in the movie The World's End, of course, with Simon Pegg.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, this one.
And I need more.
This is good. This is a good one too.
See, she wasn't on the band at this point.
We were going to play this one, but we realized the person we were celebrating wasn't on this one.
She left the band after that Floodland album because she's like, you guys owe me money. And I'm not coming back till you pay me my money.
So it was all about the shekels, huh?
Well,
it wasn't about
she did
the
a job
art.
for them. She did a job. She should get paid for
It's
it.
supposed to be about the art and the lifestyle
Especially the lifestyle
of a gothic vampire.
It's music for vampires.
Listen to that, kids.
The children of the
Vampire
night.
music. Whoa.
Sounds like Jim Steinman should have produced this one too.
He maybe did. I kind of like Jim Steinman, and I hate Jim Steinman at the same time. I don't know. I hate myself for liking those songs, these overblown kind of like Meatloaf, you know, doing the Bat Out of Hell stuff, and what was his? Well, I love you too.
I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
2 out of 3 ain't bad. Yeah. Again, just overblown, kind of overly dramatic stuff.
Paradise by the Dashboard Light.
Yeah. Oh, that's the perfect example. Yeah.
Well, the entire Bat Out of Hell album is just this over the top.
Yeah.
But that ain't getting us nowhere.
Yeah, and 2 out of 3, that's not good. That's so you shouldn't be happy with just.
I
2
want
out of
you.
3.
I need
you.
But there ain't
Those
no
are the
way.
2.
Yeah.
But there ain't no way I'm ever gonna love you.
Yeah.
It's not okay.
2 out of 3 ain't
That's not
bad.
bad. So come on, baby. Give it to me. Come on.
Well, I mean, that's why she's leaving. She's saying, "I don't
On a
love
stormy
you."
night, yeah.
On a stormy night, she kissed and crawled out of the bed.
So I didn't care for that song too much until I saw Meatloaf perform it, and he had this handkerchief, this big red handkerchief that he kept mopping his brow with while he was singing, and it was just, my God, just like.
By the way, he's on my Deadpool.
Meatloaf is?
Yeah.
Good luck with that. I hope you're right.
My family doesn't care for meatloaf. I try to prepare it for dinner all the time.
No.
Dad, we don't like meatloaf.
Well, I mean,
How
we've
can
had
you
this
not?
discussion. Isn't it essentially a boiled meat?
It's a giant
No, it's a
bowl of meat.
no. It's right there in the name, and I will argue this to my dying day. It's loafed meat.
You'll eat loafed meat.
I will eat a loaf of meat. I just won't eat a ball of meat. Okay?
It is molded by hand, akin to a meatball.
It's a loaf, not a.
I love that sound effect, by the way.
What is that?
Snoopy.
Where, it's what? Oh, yeah,
it's
right,
Snoopy.
That's right, Snoopy. So hey, hi.
Oh, Bill, here's your chance. Andrew says that apparently Jim Steinman's got a vampire musical he's been trying to get off the ground.
Yeah.
Maybe this is your opportunity to get in on the...
Yeah. No, I'm not going to... Was he got a GoFundMe for it?
It could be.
Kickstarter campaign? No,
It's the Kickstarter from hell!
But, there is a Bat Out of Hell musical.
Yes.
And it's apparently was just terrible. Mm-hmm. And didn't do very well in New York, but it gets performed a lot all around the country. Regional theaters seem to like it and do it. So, anyway,
do they do Paradise by the Dashboard live?
I don't know. I guess
complete with acting.
I don't know.
I mean, is there a car on the stage, and is
there's a
baseball game in the background?
Is there a couple in it?
In the posters for it, there's a big motorcycle.
Yeah, that's
and
the cover.
Somebody like riding a big motorcycle, but I don't know what they do on stage. I'll look into it.
Because they got to be careful with that.
Yeah, it could be sexy time on stage.
What's wrong with sexy time on stage?
Nothing.
I'd expect that from a liberal media elite.
Yeah, I think there should be more sex on stage, as a matter of fact.
You heard him, ladies and gentlemen. He wants sex live on stage with your children's eyes pried open and tied so they're forced to watch.
No.
All right. Let's see. Let's get this underway and over with.
Okay, then.
Overdone.
Check in with the Radio from Hell show. 877-602-9696. It's the way we like to kind of kick off the morning, hearing from you, our constituents. You who we do this show for. So call us and give us a little guidance, if you like, at 877-602-9696. Say, you know what I'd like to hear you talk about today is this. Or you can ask us a question or tell us what you're doing today. Simple. 877-602-9696. That's how you get in touch with the Radio from Hell show.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back with your check-ins after these. Zero Res. It's not just about carpet, right, Gina?
You know all the employees by name, don't you, Gina?
Well, yeah, Tony was the one that most recently came to my house.
How was Tony?
He was great. He's a friend of the program. He said to tell you guys hi. He likes
Tony.
the Have Another Drink with Jimmy segment is the one that he likes there.
Yeah.
No, I had Tony come and not only clean my carpets, but upholstery, clean the countertops, clean the tile in the bathroom. You want to clean 2020 out of your house, this is a good way to do it.
Zero Res carpet cleaning is the leader in no residue cleaning. That's why they call themselves Zero Res. No soaps, no shampoos, no harsh chemicals, just powered water. Well, schedule an appointment today. You will get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for just $89.95. Start the new year right and clean 2020 out of your house with Zero Res. You can call them to make the appointment, 801-288-ZERO. That's 288-9376. Or you can go to their website. Just look it up, Zero Res, on the Google machine. I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason. Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's. You
I
know,
like
it's-
it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like.
Jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should something be something
Do you want me to try to read it?
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Gina. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who
effort.
doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
Prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You,
the
you
elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop. And now I'm sending this to those misogynistas.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that didn't come from Moab?
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Remember,
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another,
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third
Third
wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. His third wife.
All right, 6:20 right now. Let's get this over with.
We will officially begin the Radio from Hell show here, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Give us a call, just a little chat here in the morning. Let us know how you're doing, what you're doing, how your family is. Are you all healthy? Or is everybody okay? And you can also ask us a question or suggest something you'd like us to talk about today. So we'll do that right after we officially begin the show. Gina?
Brought to you by Wear Your Damn Mask.
The moon, 2.4% of full, a waxing crescent moon. The moon will rise today at 9:16 a.m. Today being Thursday, it's the 14th day of January in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. And this is day 290, I believe, of our pandemic panic on the radio. 6 days until President Biden unintentionally does something socially inappropriate, but we'll all forgive him because he's, just Uncle Joe. And this is the morning show to be impeached, the only morning show to be impeached more than once. We are Radio from Hell, starring the lords of morning radio, inciting you to riot on the radio. Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi. Katie for short is the producer of the show. Hi, Katie. She's back there in the studio. Kerry, Gina, and I, of course, in our respective homes. And I believe Skip and Miriam are helping out in the producer's booth. By the way, it's National Dress Up Your Pet Day.
Oh, okay.
Great news. You don't have to wait until Halloween to dress up your pet. National Dress Up Your Pet Day will give you the opportunity to, you guessed it, dress up your pet.
Carrie, do your dogs like to wear costumes or no?
Hudson doesn't really show any awareness that he's wearing a costume. It's just kind of on. Ripley, however, lets her disdain be known, but then she puts up with it.
All right.
Her Wonder Woman costume is great.
We have a picture, I believe, if you go to x96.com/live, of a dressed-up pet. It's a pug, and I thought it was just kind of funny and cute. A cute little pug.
Oh, it's Yoda.
Dressed up as Yoda. All right, so that's it. Now, check-ins, if there be any. No one wants to let us know that they're ready for a show. Huh?
They're too busy wrestling their dogs into costumes, Bill.
Apparently.
They were going to call, and then...
We do have coming up at 7 o'clock, Beat Gina. And it is Jason Bateman trivia.
Oh.
Because it's his birthday today.
Ah. Yeah.
And it's...
You know my favorite Jason Bateman.
No, of course I don't.
So when he was a kid,
Yeah.
a little kid, he was on Little House on the Prairie.
Mm-hmm.
And there's
Yes?
this horrible scene where he and his little sister are like down at the bottom of a hill, and their parents are in a covered wagon at the top of the hill, and they're watching their parents drive the covered wagon down the hill. And something goes terribly wrong, and the horses start running out of control, and the covered wagon tips, and they watch the covered wagon roll down the hill, and it kills both their parents. And they just are standing there watching and crying, and of course, Ma and Pa Ingalls take them in as because they're but
Okay.
you've never seen a covered wagon car crash accident
Did it
on
blow
TV before. It didn't blow up.
Were there any flames?
up? It should have blown up.
I don't.
That's my first encounter with Jason Bateman. So what I'm saying is, good luck beating me at the Beat Gina with Jason Bateman trivia today.
Here's the thing: is that was not Jason Bateman.
No?
No, that's one of those early sitcom and TV show myths. That was Marilyn Manson. That was Brian Warner. He was that.
He was in Little House.
He was in that role. He was in that role.
Now,
It was traumatic.
people are saying that they don't check in because they think I'm going to be mean to them. I'm not going to be. I'm generally pretty nice to people who check in. I appreciate hearing from them. I like them. I like people to call and check in with us. So 877-602-9696. I'm not going to be mean to anybody unless they deserve it.
Unless you say something stupid.
Yeah, you say something stupid, I'm going to get you. But just, hi. I'm feeling nice today. So it was.
Now I'm going down the Little House on the Prairie hole.
It was.
Telling you, it's Brian Warner. You look, it was Marilyn Manson.
Wasn't Little House on the Prairie? That was Michael Landon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The bedwetter, Michael Landon.
See, Bill, you wonder why people think you're mean?
Playing
calling
Paul.
Michael Landon names.
He was a bedwetter. He did a made-for-TV movie about being a bedwetter. I forget what it was called, but he was a bedwetter as a child, and he made a movie about it. And he was, so I don't know if he wet his bed when he was Paul on Little House on the Prairie. Probably not, but who was Ma on that show?
Yeah, who was Ma?
Carolyn?
Who played Ma?
Karen Grassley, who never did anything else.
Karen Grassley.
Okay.
Well, she didn't need to.
Well, let's go to Logan. Logan is on the phone.
Logan's not afraid of anything. Hi, Logan.
Well, that's not true, Bill, but good morning.
How are you today?
I'm afraid of you, apparently, because that's the one thing I have to fight every time before calling in is just my fear of being yelled at by Bill.
Shut up, Logan. Just shut up.
I am quivering right now. But no,
Come
I
on,
just figured
Logan.
I'd call in. I had one question for Carrie. Sorry to interrupt. It's kind of off topic, more geek news oriented.
Okay. Yes.
When you were a kid in your comic book phase, and well, I guess your comic book early years, what were you more prone to, DC or Marvel?
Oh, Marvel, absolutely, easy answer.
Yeah.
I've always been a Marvel zombie. About the only DC comics I've ever read were Batman, and Jeff turned me on to the Flash there for a brief period of time.
That makes me happy. I have a soft spot for the Flash.
Does it make you mad, Carrie, that I didn't realize until I was just reading something today that the alt-right, as they say, have adopted the Punisher as one of the symbols that they put on all of their stuff? This
is a long story with the Punisher logo and the alt-right and police adopting the skull. Jerry Conway, who created the character of the Punisher, he has made several public statements saying, you don't understand, the Punisher is not a hero. He is not the good guy. You don't want to be like him, especially if you're a cop. He is the opposite of what you cops stand for, and you shouldn't be using this. And now there's a fan, uprising asking Disney to start exercising patent and trademark infringement. Because, Disney will go after a preschool that has Mickey Mouse painted on the side of the wall. Yeah. They'll sue you for that. Yeah. But so far they've let this go, and so now there are fans who are saying that Disney needs to enforce their copyright of the Punisher skull to stop it. But that's a long story.
I didn't realize that it was such
the world we live in.
Until today, I saw some pictures of the treasonous assassins at the Capitol. They had a Punisher.
It's people who again just don't understand the character. These are the same people who have Captain America stuff that when they storm the Capitol.
I was going to say that Captain America is on the too.
And Jack Kirby's kid, Jack Kirby, who co-created Captain America, released a statement just the other day saying, "This is what I saw. My dad would be sickened by that because that's not what Cap stands for. You're misunderstanding the character."
Yeah.
So anyway.
Well, thanks, Logan.
Thank you, Logan.
You guys are welcome. Have a good day.
See ya. Right. And don't ever call again.
All right. Let's see. We don't have time for the rest of the calls. I'm sorry. Thank you. We've got Big Boy News, Geek News coming up, and Beat Gina at 7 o'clock. You could win a Radio from Hell face mask. And believe me, you're going to be needing the face mask throughout the year 2021. So get a nice fashionable one. Traffic, please.
Crash southbound 4th South at Redwood Road. Southbound lanes are closed. Traffic is diverted to 4th South, and they're saying that's going to be about an hour before that one's cleared up. Crash southbound I-15 milepost 337. That's 2300 north in Sunset. The right lane is closed there, and it looks like that is your traffic.
All right, thank you. Okay, we will take a break. We will be back. We've got Big Boy News, Geek News, and Beat Gina all on the way after these. Stand by. Okay, let's see. Where did my little schedule go? Sorry, I was throwing my papers around. UtahAdvocates.com.
Yeah, there you go. The Advocates, all types of accidents. They are personal injury attorneys. It's a small law firm. It's not one of these big, giant, sue everybody mills. It's personal, small law firm, kind of a boutique operation. They have a limited number of lawyers, and they take only cases that they feel are justified and that they can win.
Well, not even justified though. That they can help. That we can be helpful in this instance, and you don't have to pay them up front. Your fee will be taken out of the settlement if they get you one.
So if you've been hurt in an accident, don't wait. Call today. Call the Advocates. Their number is 801-355-5550. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can chat with an attorney. Or you can go online if you're shy, and you can chat with an attorney there. It's UtahAdvocates.com.
Mark Rodson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
I like that.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No, it's
And
no, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped, inspired
and
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on.
Were,
I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her dance. She's got the, see, I don't dance. Because
you know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
And they, and they put
the
on
disco
the wig.
drippers.
Disco drippers. There we go. The disco drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the disco drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the disco drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep, took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's.
But we are not among them, I think.
No,
not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
Mm, 6:36, and it is time for Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Make sure your furnace is and stays ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Okay.
Well, is Armie Hammer a cannibal or not?
No, he's not a cannibal.
You know what I think has happened here? Now, Armie Hammer has broken his silence after disturbing messages about cannibalism, rape fantasies, BDSM activities that he allegedly sent to a woman were leaked last week. What I think is happening here is that it's his twin brother, his identical twin brother, who's because, you know, he has they look so much alike. They were both in that Social Network movie playing the Winklevoss twins.
This is my evil brother, Smarmy Hammer.
Yeah, that's
Smarmy Hammer.
That's who I think is. Anyway, the Social Network star also confirmed that he was dropping out of his latest movie, Shotgun Wedding, with Jennifer Lopez, after the news was first reported on Wednesday. He said in a statement to the Daily Mail, the British press, you know, "I'm not responding to these BS claims, but in light of the vicious and spurious online attacks against me, I cannot in good conscience now leave my children for 4 months to shoot a film in the Dominican Republic." He added, "Lionsgate is supporting me in this, and I'm grateful to them for that." Lionsgate apparently said to Armie Hammer, "Yeah, sure, if you want to leave, that's great. No problem. No problem, man. Go ahead. I mean, because we really support you. And we don't want these rumors dogging our film."
Kids.
Wednesday, a report from Page Six claimed that the actor was exiting the project, with production spokesperson saying, "Given the imminent start date of Shotgun Wedding, Armie is requested to step away from the film, and we support him in that decision. We really do." Now, I think maybe that Lionsgate said to Armie Hammer, you might consider. Why don't you go take care of your kids?
Yeah, wouldn't you like to stay home with your kids? You really want to stay home with your kids.
Tell you what we will do. You're not on this movie anymore, but we'll tell everyone that it was your choice. How about that?
Exactly.
Because you are bad news right now. Now, there was another video that surfaced yesterday of him driving and drinking and
driving and drinking a beer and licking some substance, some crystalline substance off of someone's hand.
Could have been Fun Dip. I don't know.
Sure. Could have. Maybe it was a pixie stick that got spilled or something.
Mm-hmm.
And a really, truly horrible person, Paul McCartney's ex-wife, Heather Mills, is engaged to, it says here, her toy boy. But wouldn't that be boy toy?
No,
That's
in
what I
Britain it's
thought.
Toy Boy.
Is it? Okay.
Oh, is that Gina? Of course, would know that. Her boyfriend Mike Dickman. So apparently, Mr. Dickman is going to marry Paul McCartney's ex-wife Heather Mills because she has lots and lots of money that she got for Paul McCartney. But she got when she divorced Paul McCartney, or excuse me, when Paul McCartney divorced her, he said, "I will give you any amount of money you want to stay out of my life because you're horrible." And she said, "Okay." Donald Trump, impeached yesterday, became the first American president to be impeached twice, as 10 members of his party, 10 Republicans, joined with Democrats in the House to charge him with the incitement of insurrection for his role in egging on a violent mob that stormed the Capitol last week. Now, I listened to almost all of it on the radio.
Oh, yeah? Wow.
And the Republicans, those who continue to support him, making claims that just I just can't understand how anyone believes these asshats.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard one Republican going on and on about it. This is the greatest president we've had in decades. He restored the economy. He got rid of ISIS. He didn't get rid of ISIS. I got a story here about how ISIS is trying to assassinate an American diplomat.
And he didn't restore the economy either.
No. And they go on and on and on, filling the air with lies. Mm-hmm. And then they talk about, how can you say that he was trying to incite a riot with that speech that he gave before the Capitol was stormed?
Pretty clear.
Look at the speech.
But I read, so then I thought, well, I'll read the speech. I read the whole damn speech.
Yeah.
And he does say, and they kept pointing this out, in one part of the speech, he said, we have to do things peacefully without violence. He says that in there. Mm-hmm. But surrounding all of that is we have to fight, we have to do this and that. But nobody thought to mention, and I'm surprised one of the Democrats didn't do it, nobody thought to mention, okay, let's just forget the speech. Let's remember the fact that for 1 hour and a half, he just let it go on. Mm-hmm. The minute it started, there should have been a president. He should have been out in front of camera saying, hold it, hold it, hold it. Don't do this. Stop.
I mean, it was always part of the plan. I mean, his tweet invitation was everybody show up, it will be wild. Yep. And this was a week or two before it happened.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's not just that speech immediately before. You can look at times he spoke many times previous to that.
Several Republicans, though. He said right there in that speech, we have to do things peacefully in one little tiny line.
Then how about these several Republicans who are being investigated for the day before it happened, taking the protesters on a tour to show them where everything is?
Here's the layout.
Yeah. Tours have not been conducted since March because of COVID, and there are very strict policies about how you can't have tours. But it happened anyway.
And ask the protesters why they were there. They'll tell you.
Our president sent us here to stop the vote, to stop the steal, to stop the count.
I think Republicans are mostly just stupid.
No, they know that they're wrong. They know that they're lying. They keep pushing it out there, hoping that it'll deflect and it'll go away.
Researchers in Ohio said yesterday that they've discovered 2 new variants of the coronavirus that likely originated in the United States, one of which quickly became the dominant strain in Columbus, Ohio, over a 3-week period in late December and early January. Like the strain first detected in the UK, the U.S. mutations appear to make COVID-19 more contagious, but do not seem like they will diminish the effectiveness of vaccines. So that's the good news. These variants are probably more contagious, but the vaccine will still work on them. Utah is reporting another 27 COVID deaths yesterday. County health departments across the state were struggling to register older Utahns to receive COVID-19 vaccines. The Salt Lake County Health Department, now we were registering my mother-in-law yesterday, and the website, the Salt Lake County Health Department website, had a rough time. They managed to write it, and things did happen, but right at the beginning of the process, people 70 years of age and older going to the Salt Lake County Health Department website and trying to get an appointment. It was very glitchy. The site went down a couple of times. People were getting unclear messages, but we managed to get my mother-in-law registered. But it was, I think we were doing that around 11 o'clock or 11:30, and already, so they're going to start on the I think it's the 18th. They're going to start this giving the vaccines, and that's what people were signing up for. By 11:30, I think my mother-in-law was already deep into February before she could get an appointment.
Now, I'm going to spin this as a positive,
Okay.
in that I am heartened that many people were trying to sign up to get the vaccine, because we keep hearing stories about how not as many people are going to get it if it's offered to them. I love the fact that so many people want it that it crashed. Salt Lake County got it fixed, and it's working now.
I think Gina, you're making an assumption that it was so many people that wanted it. I'm going to make the assumption that the website was crappy and just couldn't handle any amount of traffic practically, and they needed it. But I think you're right, actually. But again, the Salt Lake County should have known. They did know. They did know that this was going to happen. Aren't there? And I'm not an IT person, but aren't there ways you can prepare for that kind of thing and make sure that your website doesn't crash? You would think. Utah pharmacist accused of illegally receiving controversial drug had a green light from a lot of very prominent Utah authorities to do exactly what he did, his defense attorney says. So this is the guy, Dan Richards, founder and CEO of Meds in Motion. This was that whole hydroxychloroquine thing here in Utah. Hey, I got all this hydroxychloroquine. I want to sell it to the state of Utah for, what was it, $800,000 or something like that. And his defense attorney, because now he's being charged with some crimes, his defense attorney said there were politicians, there were people in state government who who enabled this and made it happen. Now his defense attorney is not saying who those individuals were just yet. I think he will when the trial comes about. Although I'm sure that there are many people in state government right now who are trying to make a deal with Mr. Richards' defense attorney, I think, would probably be my guess. Oh, his defense attorney, by the way, is Greg Skordas, who is a good attorney. And
he should be our attorney general.
Yeah.
Let's see. How much time do we have here? One more?
Sure.
You'll like this story, Carrie. This is for you.
Oh, thank you.
A male orangutan has taken on an unusual role at the Denver Zoo. Did you see the pictures of this?
No.
After the death of the family's matriarch last month, the mother, Nias, a Sumatran orangutan, died unexpectedly on December 17th. Nias was 32.
Okay.
And Nias had two daughters, two little orangutans, Hesty, who was 10, and Sarah, who was only 2 years old.
Oh.
On Tuesday, zoo officials said that Sarah's father, Barani, stepped up to the plate and began taking care of the 2-year-old.
Oh, fine. Just because the mother's gone, now the dad is going to take care of the kids.
In the wild, male orangutans are not involved with their offspring. They just.
That's why they get involved in drugs, and they're pregnant teens, because the dads aren't involved in the raising of
What are you talking about? What? So male orangutans, they just provide the seed, and then they just abandon the whole thing, and the mother. But so it's very unusual to see Barani, this male orangutan, step up and be Mr. Mom. It's very rare, and they say little Sarah could not have asked for a better dad.
Oh.
Barani is attentive and protective, seeing to all her needs. He carries her, he comforts her, and even snuggles with her when she sleeps. So there you go.
All right.
Isn't that sweet? All right. Weather, traffic, sports?
Yeah,
whatever
sports,
you
weather,
do.
traffic.
Okay, so I don't know if you have this as a boner candidate, Bill. 5-time Olympic swimming medalist Cleet Keller
No.
in the Olympics.
Yeah. I mean,
Charged
It's in the file, but there were better candidates.
Charged Wednesday with participating in the deadly riot at the U.S. Capitol after video emerged where appeared to show him among those storming the building last week. So, Olympic swimmer charged. That's your sports. Weather, we had a little bit of a storm last night that actually didn't bring us much rain or anything, but it did clear out the air, which we will take it. Go and take a big, deep breath today because the air is much better. Sunny and a high of 41 today, and we're just going to hover in the low 40s for the foreseeable future. Overnight lows will be in the low to mid 20s. Traffic, we've got that crash southbound 4 South Redwood Road in Salt Lake City. The southbound lanes are closed, and traffic is being diverted to 4th South. Crash southbound I-15, 2300 North in Sunset. The right lane affected there. That's traffic.
All right. You can call now and line up to beat Gina if you'd like. 877-602-9696. You could win a Radio from Hell face mask, and you're going to be needing these throughout the rest of the year. Trust us.
And you will get it because we mail them to you.
Yeah, we mail these. Jason Bateman trivia coming up for Beat Gina. But right now, it's Geek News brought to you by
Earth's Avengers will need to form alliances with some of the most vile foes. Venom saga that changed everything you thought you knew about symbiotes?
Symbiotes. Yeah, that's what
Only
Venom is. He's an
at
alien.
Dr. Volts.
King in Black is what you're talking about. It's a big crossover. Okay, and the big premiere tomorrow for WandaVision, which is, according to all reports, it's not what you're expecting from a Marvel superhero show. And that's a good thing, apparently. But also, it's so weird that it may be tough to follow. So what we're suggesting is that you go to your Disney Plus and watch Marvel Legacies, I think it's called. But it's a series of shorts that talk about the characters, and they've got one about Wanda and the Vision, and you can refresh your memory about what happened to them in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Another thing that you should be paying attention to when you watch WandaVision is the style and special effects. They're a new direction for Marvel in general, but it's packed with a variety of little details designed to sell you on the idea that each episode is actually a different take on the same American sitcom that we have been airing for decades, that we've seen for decades, specifically family sitcoms. So you're going to see nods to I Love Lucy. You're going to see nods to The Dick Van Dyke Show, The Brady Bunch, Modern Family, even. But another thing that Kevin Feige said while out promoting WandaVision was to pay attention to the commercials. And when pressed, they said, wait a minute, we thought that this was a pay service, there's no commercials. He says, no, this is a sitcom. There will be commercials.
Oh, fake commercials.
And yes, and there will be clues. And
That's
and
kind
Easter
of
eggs
fun. I like
in the
that.
commercials. It says, let me see if I can find his quote here. Pay attention. The opening scenes serve as a reminder that you're just as confused as Wanda and Vision are about the show's strange reality. Just when it starts to become clear that there's no escape from the character's new home of Westview, WandaVision throws an interesting curveball in the form of period-specific commercials that feature into each of the series' episodes. So they're layering on top of layers. This is especially great for the fans. Tons of Easter eggs. And also, it says, other truths of the show begin to leak out. And the commercials was an early idea for that. Also, hints about the future of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
He never has a second cup of coffee at home. It'll be stuff like that.
Exactly. While out promoting WandaVision, he also talked about other Marvel projects that are happening now, and specifically the big question, It's never been a big question to Geek Show. We've figured this out some time ago, but the big question for the geek internet and geek Twitter is, Deadpool 3, will it be rated R? And Feige said, well, of course it'll be rated R. And I'll do you one better. It takes place in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. How does that happen? Well, he says, keep an eye on our Doctor Strange project that we've got coming up, and it's called In the Multiverse of Madness. Might have something to do with it. Maybe we can bring them all together. Also reaffirmed that Black Panther 2, T'Challa will not be recast, Chadwick Boseman. They're not going to focus on that character. They're going to explore the characters of Wakanda in the next one. They have started planning on the X-Men. Yes, that's another question that you've asked, is now that you own the Fox Marvel properties, what's going to happen? He says, I love the X-Men. It's where it started. I can't tell you anything, but we've got our plans. Of course they got their plans. These are expensive toys that you've got to play with. Spider-Man 3, all the rumors about and speculation about the third Spider-Man movie and about how they're crossing over all of these other Spider-Man movies that have been created before. He says, well, again, I would point you to the Doctor Strange movie, Multiverse of Madness. And also confirmation about the Secret Invasion storyline. The Secret Invasion storyline involves the Skrulls. Remember those green shapeshifters from Captain Marvel?
Yeah.
And the storyline in the comics is that about half of the Marvel superheroes have actually always been Skrulls. The rest of them have been kidnapped and taken away to the Skrull homeworld. He says, well, we're going to be doing a Secret Invasion thing, but not based on the comic, because there were more characters in Secret Invasion than there were featured at the end of Endgame. We're not going to be able to do that again for quite some time. So expect a scaled-down version of Secret Invasion, and it will be starring Samuel L. Jackson and Ben Mendelsohn from the Captain Marvel stuff. Also, another big announcement was that Disney is getting in bed with this very large company to make Bethesda, it says here, making Star Wars games and an Indiana Jones game that are all original stories. And Ubisoft has stepped up to say that they're going to do a Star Wars game with an open world thematic, which means you can just, I guess, hop on your land speeder and drive around and look for adventures.
Which is all you've ever wanted to do, right?
Exactly. It's about damn time. Make it Mandalorian themed and I'm there. Okay. Traffic, please.
Yeah, the only thing I have to tell you about is this crash southbound 4 South at Redwood Road in Salt Lake. The southbound lanes are closed there. And that's it. Things seem to be moving well on all of the city streets. You're not telling me anything else. That's traffic.
All right. Okay, we will take a break. We will be back with Beat Gina. It's Jason Bateman Trivia. Line up now at 877-602-9696. You could win a Radio from Hell face mask. KXRK Provo.
The year 2020 is finally behind us, and X96 wants to make sure your 2021 is a hell of a lot better. You can win your share of one.
I don't like breathing through my mouth. I prefer my nose. I think that's what it was designed for. Your mouth was designed for other things, and the nose is for breathing.
But sometimes you have to breathe through your mouth.
I can't.
You know that.
You cannot. Well, what we hear on the radio would give lie to that, but because we hear a lot of on the radio. But
so they said we have a snorkeling class. We don't need the snorkel. No, I want the snorkeling class. I want to know.
Sure.
So we took the kids to the snorkeling class, and they stop at Molokini, and I am terrified. I really am, because I'm not only scared of breathing through my mouth with my face underwater, but I'm scared of sharks. I am. Okay, Jaws ruined me.
Sure.
And it's just a boat out in the middle of the water, and you're getting off the boat, and
it's deep.
And it's deep.
You can't see the bottom.
And they said, "Do you want a noodle?" Yeah, I want a noodle. Give me the noodle
to just hang on to.
My kids and my husband, no noodle.
No,
they just jumped in the water. I took 2 noodles. When I looked around and made sure that everybody that wanted a noodle had a noodle.
You weren't the only one.
Right.
There was an extra noodle.
Yeah.
Those noodles have been cooked earlier, though.
Yes.
And so we're out in the water, and the guy at the snorkel class said, "Don't put the mouthpiece in until you're ready. You can just put the goggles on and get used to the water and then put it in." So I'm out there just with the goggles on, hanging on to the noodle. And I'm thinking, I don't need to do any more than this. Nobody needs to know if I'm actually snorkeling or not. My kids are snorkeling, my husband's snorkeling. But then they have a underwater cameraman come up. He comes over to your group. He's like, "Get your group together and go under, and I'll take a picture under the water." So now I'm panicking. I'm like, I can't hide from my family anymore that I'm not putting my face in the water because camera guy wants underwater picture.
And, of course, you have to do that.
Well,
You couldn't just say to your family, "I really can't do this."
no. And I didn't want Joe to know I wasn't snorkeling because he's off snorkeling. He's not looking at me. I'm like, okay, I can totally do this.
All right.
Put the mouthpiece in, stick my face in, underwater camera guy's there. And I'm like, is he done yet? Is he done yet? Is he done yet?
Because you're not breathing?
No.
You're just holding your breath? Because even though you can breathe through the snorkel apparatus.
I can't, though.
Yeah, you can.
But I did it. I put my face in the water for the picture, and that was it. So as far as I'm concerned, I snorkeled.
No. Didn't see any fish.
No.
Nothing.
No. I floated around on the noodle. I put my face in the water. But I'm telling you, if the camera guy hadn't harassed me into putting my face in the water, I wouldn't have.
Didn't see any fish. And I'm sure your
I've
family.
seen fish.
Did you see the fish? Did you see the turtles?
I can
Did you
Google
Yeah.
fish
You
right
can-
now, and I
know.
can see them.
Yes,
There's
I know.
probably
Sure,
a
you can.
live Molokini underwater camera right now that I could find online, and I
Probably.
could see everything happening there right now.
Right, which is way better than what you did. Which is way better than what you actually did by being
I
there.
got in the water.
Okay, fine. No matter how many times radio programmers have tried to impeach this game show, they've come up short. That's because you all know, just as I know, that Beat Gina has always been a ratings winner. They try to claim that The Price is Right wins in the ratings, that Jeopardy has better numbers than Beat Gina, but it's a hoax. Fake ratings. Beat Gina is always number one. And here he is now. A big part of the reason Beat Gina always wins, he won't allow the radio bigwigs to steal this show's ratings. He will fight to make sure that the game show world is great again. He is the host that never lies and is always right. Kerry Jackson.
Wow, Johnny, thank you so much.
Sorry I got political in that intro.
I don't know
worry
what you're
about
talking about.
You know, the show is finally beginning to catch on, and here we are getting all political for the first time ever in our careers. So, all right. Let's see now. Beat Gina is the name of the game. We're playing for the privilege of owning your very own Radio from Hell face mask, which you will be needing in the year 2021. Trust me. And we've tossed a coin off Mike, and that was to find out who we're going to play against in all three lines. And Becky won that toss.
Hi, Becky.
Becky, hello there.
Hello there. How are you?
Just fine.
Becky, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
All right, Becky, what we're going to do is we're going to use the coin toss app again to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, please?
I'm going tails.
Tails, all right. Coin toss app says heads. Uh-oh. Gina goes first. Sorry.
Becky, before we begin the game, I think we all have a question for you. You say that you're going to support a local restaurant. What is that restaurant?
Yes.
So it's a locally owned restaurant in Jordan Landing called Spudtatos. So it's potatoes.
It's
What's it
called
called?
Spudtatos.
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 Like instead of potatoes, spudtatos. Potato.
Spudtatos.
Okay.
Yeah. The owner's name is Todd.
Got it.
Oh,
Todd,
so
Wow.
all they serve is potatoes?
All right.
Yeah, but it's like you can get like Thanksgiving on a potato.
Thanksgiving on a potato.
It sounds delicious,
Like
and it
you have
sounds.
your cranberry sauce, you have your gravy. It's amazing.
I would just, as Robert says, maybe we could improve the name. Maybe adding Hakuna in front of it. Hakuna Potato.
No.
Because that name is just terrible. The restaurant sounds great, but that's just one of the worst names I've ever heard. Anyway.
I'll have a potato, please.
Yes. Hakuna
I
Potato.
love potatoes.
Thank you, Robert. That's choice. All right. So that means that Gina goes first, Becky. This first question is for her to answer exclusively. If she gets it correct, then she gets a point. If she gets it incorrect, you get a chance to answer it correctly and steal the point away. We'll go back and forth and do that till somebody has 3 points. All right? Engage your parking brake and let's begin. Okay, I'm going to have to skip this one because Gina... Well, we talked about it earlier. But,
Little House on the Prairie? Is it a Little House? It's a Little House question.
You're ruining my questions.
What? Oh, sorry.
Besides, that wasn't him. That was Marilyn Manson. All right. Gina.
Yes.
What role earned Jason his status as teen idol in the mid-'80s? Is it A, David Hogan on the Hogan Family? B, Bjork from Ork on Mork and Mindy? C, Josh Savino on The Wonder Years? Or D, Shark Boy from Shark Boy and Lava Girl?
Well, that would be A, Carrie, of course.
Okay.
The
You get the
Hogan
point.
family.
Hogan family.
Now, I threw in Josh Savino on The Wonder Years because I wanted to confuse you. That was Marilyn Manson who played Josh
Oh,
Savino
that's right.
on
Yeah.
The Wonder Years, so a little confusion. All right.
That's 1-0 for Gina. And now Becky gets a chance. Go ahead.
All right, Becky, what is the name of the production company that he created, Jason Bateman, with Will Arnett? He and Will Arnett teamed up to create a production company. All right, what's the name of the production company? Is it A, Elite Liberal Media Hollywood Agenda Productions? B, Dum Dum Productions? C, Better Than You Productions? Or D, I Am Not Marilyn Manson Productions?
I'm going with C, but I have honestly no idea.
C, Better Than You Productions? That is
Yeah.
incorrect. That is incorrect. Gina, chance to steal.
Dum Dum?
Dum Dum is correct.
Oh, Becky. It's 2-0 Gina's favor, and she controls the question. A chance to just sweep you away right now.
All right.
I'm ready.
Let me
If
find
someone has to sweep me away, I'd like it to be Gina.
Aw, thanks, Becky.
Okay, I'm going to find one for Gina here. Let's see.
Give me a hard one, hardest one you got.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Why didn't Jason Bateman ever receive his high school diploma?
Okay.
Was it A, the late fees on Catcher in the Rye at the library were astronomical? B, he was in rehab with his Small Wonder co-star Marilyn Manson? C, he was in the witness protection program? Or D, he missed his finals because he was filming Teen Wolf 2?
Well, I'm going to have to go with D on that one.
That one? Okay, that's
Which is
correct.
what's the answer? I'm sorry.
He was he missed his finals because he was filming Teen Wolf 2.
All right. And that's it, Becky. Sorry.
Oh, Becky.
Sorry.
Becky,
I don't think
Becky.
you get a prize. You just
No,
go have a
you know what?
potato
Becky has introduced us to a wonderful restaurant that just serves potatoes, and I love potatoes, so I think that alone should get her a Radio from Hell face mask.
We're getting reviews from people who have been to Spudtato, and they say, yes, terrible name, but it's just delicious.
Do they have potato skins there?
I would think.
Well, I'm asking Becky.
Oh, Becky?
Becky?
I would assume yes.
All right.
I personally go for a full potato.
Full potato. She goes for the full.
Don't waste my time.
Becky, you have also given me my sign-off for today. I go
Thank
for
you.
the full potato. Is my
All right, Becky,
sign-off.
hang on the line. We'll get your mailing information and send you that Radio from Hell face mask as soon as possible, okay? All right, I guess she's on
gone.
hold. All right.
There she is.
Okay. I did have a bunch of... Let's see how you do, Gina. I mean,
Okay.
I skipped the first question because you'd know the answer. It was Jason Bateman began his acting career as a cast member on what show?
Little House.
All my other questions would have been a great distraction and confused you. Was it A, She's the Sheriff? B, The Hogan Family? C, Little House on the Prairie? Or D, Lidsville, where he played a disturbing stereotype French beret? It was...
Yeah, no.
No, that would have confused you.
No Ozark questions? No.
Okay. Where did Jason live before moving to California? Was it A, Salt Lake City, Utah? B, left coast Hollywood liberal commie town in Californication? C, Seattle? Or D, Ozark, Missouri?
Well, Ozark. We'll say
No,
that.
Salt Lake
No?
City, actually.
Oh,
Salt Lake City.
really?
Yeah.
Lived before he went
Oh,
to
wait, I
California.
knew that. I did know
I
that.
don't... Do we
No, you
consider...
didn't.
Do we consider
Yes, I
him...
did. Do you want to know? Do you want to
How
know
long?
how I know that?
How?
Because his dad
Okay.
was a TV producer who produced a TV show with my dad here that never really got off the ground. It was a talk show kind of thing.
So you're Bateman adjacent.
Yes.
So can we call him Utah's own Jason Bateman?
Sure.
How long was he here?
Not long, but
Well, we're claiming Chrissy Teigen, so we might as well claim
yeah,
Jason
we can
Bateman.
claim Jason Bateman.
He wasn't here long because his dad was apparently a terrible producer.
Apparently.
I'm going to have to look that up now.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash Main Street 1290 North in Bountiful. Then I have to go all the way to Cedar City to tell you about an accident. Do you want that? I'm going to give you that
How
one
long
just
will
in
it take
case
you to
you're
get
on-
there?
Just in case you're on your way to Cedar City. There's
going
a
all the
crash
way-
northbound Main Street at 1700 North. If you're on your way to Iron County, be aware of that. That's traffic.
All right.
Let's see. Bonus
Yes.
round one, right? Coming up?
Yes.
Here are the boner candidates. Number 1, American Heroes. Number 2, Shred Naked. And number 3, You Said It Was All Right to Walk Our Pets.
I know that story, by the way. That's a good one. All right. We've got boners round one. Big boy news all coming up. Stand by for that. New Dwello Homes.
Listen, New Dwello, grants for down payment assistance to buy a home. That's what the New Dwello can tell you all about. They can show you how to get up to $15,312 or 3.5% of your purchase price to buy a home. Just text the word money to 62687. That's money, MONEY, to 62687. You don't need to be a first-time home buyer. These are completely forgiven grants within 6 to 36 months. You do need to have a credit score of 620 or higher to qualify for the program. And also you have to be able to demonstrate that you're stable, that you've been in the same job for a couple of years or that you've been going to school for a couple of years. But again, you don't have to be a first-time home buyer to do this. So text the word money to 62687 and New Dwello will text you all the requirements for this down payment assistance program. I have a list that I saw this morning that I thought Gina might find interesting.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if this doesn't spur some conversation, we can move to Gina's list. What was your list, Gina? It's the things that you, precautions you take that might kill you, right? That's important information as well. But this is 5 signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually.
Intellectual.
Like one of you's
Why
really
did you
smart.
want me to have that?
Like one of you's really smart, and one of you's not so smart.
Not compatible.
Yeah. Now,
You
my
have to
wife
explain
and
this
I.
to me, Bill, because I'm not very smart. I need you to.
Okay. Well, the list should explain it. Okay. But if you have any questions,
okay.
feel free to ask.
Well, let's not forget that Joe is a doctor, and
Yes.
you didn't finish college.
He's a
Why
scientist.
does that always have to come up? Why is that
Because it's true. So
I mean,
here's.
There's lots of things that are true. That,
Listen, I feel like I can bring it up because I didn't even go to college.
okay.
All right.
All
So-
right. What's the list?
Here are the signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Doesn't have anything to do with education, really. It has to do with
All right.
intellectual abilities.
All right, that's different.
Number 1, your partner feels superior and you feel inferior in the bonding. He acts like a teacher all the time when the two of you talk. He always tries to make you realize that you're wrong and that he's right.
No, that's you. You're the one that does that.
Of
course,
Gina,
we're kind of married, Bill. So
Gina, I'm just asking you to consider these things privately. I don't need you. I don't need you to weigh in. I just want you to think about it. Okay. Number 2, when you two are not intellectually compatible, then you feel bored in the relationship. So you call friends and family members to get the mental stimulation that you're lacking in your relationship. Or you
Joe
have a
is on
food
the phone
mistress
a
that
lot.
you go at. Or you have a food mistress that you go someplace with.
It's true.
Number 3. People who always feel like competing with each other while having a conversation. Sometimes competition is fun in a relationship, but it cannot be the usual case. It's okay to be a little competitive sometimes, but you shouldn't feel like you're always in competition with your spouse. Number 4, if you can't have a deep conversation at all after having small talk, then there's a big issue in the bonding, which needs to get fixed.
how do you even get to the point of getting married if you can't do that before?
Well, this is I think this is advice. A lot of advice. These are things you should have considered, or perhaps Joe should have considered before he married you. But he was just blind. He was just blinded by your beauty, I think.
No, that wasn't it.
Number 5, the last one. If you need any advice from your partner about something, then instead of giving it, they will start talking about themselves for giving examples on the same topic. When people are not compatible intellectually, they often tend to do this. So it's not quite clear, is it?
No, I don't understand that one.
So,
really.
If you want
Please
some
help
advice,
me, smarter person.
So if you want some advice from your partner, what do you think I ought to do about this? They say, well, here's how I would do it. This is what I would do. I've had this experience, and this is what I do, and this is it's all becomes centric, rather than, well, given your limited abilities, maybe you
you couldn't
maybe
possibly
what you
handle
should,
this the same way I would. You don't have the capacity to deal with this in the way that I would deal with it.
Given your small thinking, what I would, So that's your list of 5
Great,
things.
thanks.
Hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, wait a second. I got a little bit more.
I can handle things. I'm smart. Like dumb, I'm smart, and I want respect.
Yeah, what he said.
Fredo. All right.
What was that from?
It's a British comedy called Frayed.
F-R-A-Y?
E-D.
E-D?
Mm-hmm.
It was icky.
It's a comedy, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was his phone.
I guess that's a punchline.
There was an object.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Well, it's time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it will go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 will happen at 8:20. We'll get another winner there. We'll take both of the winners, put them against each other. At 9:20, that's when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fights. Right now, let's pick a champion for round 1. Send one of these 3 forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Well, you can see it right there on x96.com/live. The T-shirt on the chair in the studio there. It's the brand new Radio from Hell Boner T-shirt. Now, I don't know when you will hold it in your hot little hand, but someday.
You'll have to go into the studio, by the way, and wrestle it away from that spider. That's how you'll get the T-shirt, if you're looking at x96.com/live. Boner candidate number 1, American Heroes. So, the impeachment hearing going on yesterday for, 2 some odd hours, 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours, I don't know. And while that was going on, while they were impeaching the commander-in-chief, Donald J. Trump. Oh, I just thought of this, too, as a side note. People are worried about the him having what they call the nuclear football, Trump having that, being able to have the codes to launch a nuclear attack. There are unsubstantiated reports that the Pentagon has given him fake codes. So
no, they can't do that.
Yes. Oh, they could. That they've giving him code that if he tried to use them, they wouldn't do anything.
I don't. As much as I want to believe that, I don't believe that.
Well, I don't know. We'll talk about it coming up. But while this was all going on, the impeachment hearing was going on, Donald Trump was. I thought he would have been watching this all on TV, but he had other important duties to be attending to, and that was giving the Medal of Freedom to country stars Toby Keith and Ricky Skaggs.
Ricky Skaggs as well?
Yeah.
Oh.
Referred to here in this story as Oklahoma country music star Toby Keith and bluegrass icon Ricky Skaggs. Mm-hmm. They were being honored by President Trump at the White House. He gave each performer the National Medal of Arts at the White House's East Room. The ceremony took place right after. So I guess he was probably watching it all on TV, because the minute the vote was final, 232 to 197 to impeach Trump on charges of inciting violence against the government of the U.S., Toby Keith thought that, well, what a perfect time then to receive the Medal of Freedom from this American hero, Donald J. Trump. Toby.
Yeah.
Brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue.
Left.
The National Medal of Arts is considered the highest award given to artists and art patrons by the U.S.
Artists?
Well, that's So that's what
you could make an argument for Ricky Skaggs that he's an artist, but Toby. His name's Toby. There are no artists named Toby.
He is deserving of special recognition by reason of outstanding contribution to the excellence, growth, support, and availability of the arts in the United States. There you go.
Right. Come on now. Kobe Teeth is the one who brought us Red Solo Cup, Gina, so...
So
Red Solo
art.
Cup is the best receptacle for barbecues, tailgates, fairs, and festivals. And you
Rallies.
So artist.
Rioting. It's the best cup for rioting.
That's an artist. Boner candidate number 1, American Heroes. If I had been either of those two gentlemen, I would have done as Bill Belichick did and say, no thanks. Thanks, but no thanks.
I'm not surprised with Ricky Skaggs, but disappointed. Really good banjo player.
Here's Boner candidate number 2, Shred Naked. A skateboarder was arrested Tuesday at a West Valley City park here in Utah for skateboarding naked. Witnesses recorded Elvis Sabanak.
Elvis.
Elvis S., a 29-year-old man, skateboarding without any clothes on in front of the multiple juveniles at the West Valley Skate Plaza. Mr. Sabanagik, Mr. Elvis, reportedly arrived at the skate park with his clothes on, but then police say he stripped down naked in public, exposing his genitals in the presence of children who were under the age of 14. The officer who arrived at the park said that there were 30 to 40 people in the air. I'm sure a crowd gathered.
Hey, you got to come down here to the skate park and check
including
this out.
children as young as 6. Although Elvis had left the park already, witnesses were able to show police videos of him. So everybody got out their cell phones. Sure enough, there he was, skating in the nude.
It was warm yesterday, but it wasn't that warm.
He was later found at nearby Centennial Park and arrested. He was charged with lewdness involving a child and use or possession of drugs. Well, there you go. Boner candidate number 2, Shred Naked. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Well, you said it was all right to walk our pets.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by...
Start the new year off right with savings all month long at Big O Tires. Right now, get up to $150 off Big O brand tires. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Well, when you are a celebrity, when you are a public figure, and we face this too, not that we're big celebrities or anything, but we are sort of public figures. I think you have to make a decision of how much personal information you really want to share.
Sure.
With the public.
We've gotten this question for years and years and years, and that is, are you uncomfortable with people knowing so much about your personal lives? To which we answer, you only know what we allow you to know.
We'll just tell you what we want you to know, but so sometimes you find celebrities overshare.
Yes.
During a recent appearance on Jimmy Kimmel Live, Kira Sidgwick talked about her husband Kevin Bacon. And
they're one of my favorite celebrity couples. I love
see how you feel about them after this, Gina.
Yeah,
okay.
Just wait.
So Kira revealed that, they're in COVID lockdown, and she said, I really needed a bikini wax, so I had Kevin do it. It became clear to me at a point with both of us that I needed a bikini wax. It became clear to both of us.
We had a family meeting about it.
What are those,
we need
spiders?
to talk about something.
What are those, spiders?
There's a situation we need to address.
Yeah. Good Lord. Part of me was like, how hard could this be? I've watched these amazing ladies do it all these years, and I've always appreciated them and appreciated their attention to detail, but I didn't really think it would be that hard. Kevin is incredibly handy. He's really good with his hands. He's good.
Okay.
Good Lord. So we both figured how hard it could be. Sure, honey, I'll give you a bikini wax. She said,
you should have had the laser hair removal, Kira. That's perfect for the end times. You don't have to worry about this. It's just taken care of all the time.
And if you want to do it at home, get Kevin a laser. But she's saying, I'm not saying it was a disaster, but the fact that we did not have to go to the emergency room was an absolute miracle.
That's love, is what that is.
Well, I think that they should invest in proper equipment and open a business. Hair removal.
Mm-hmm.
Bacon waxing.
Bacon wax.
Bacon's waxing.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll come up with a name. Give us time.
Kevin and Kira's hairless salon.
Yeah. Something.
Tom Hanks will host the inaugural. Will host an inaugural special when President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris are being sworn in, or after. This will be a primetime special. It will serve as a conclusion to the inaugural events. The special Celebrating America will be hosted by Tom Hanks. So I didn't know he was a liberal. I had any idea. The participating networks are ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN will air it, as well as MSNBC. It will also stream on YouTube and other social media channels, Amazon Prime Video, Twitch. News Now from Fox will stream the event as well. It will feature performances by Bon Jovi, Justin Timberman, Demi Lovato.
It's Jumpin' Tamberman.
Somebody's Aunt Clemens. I don't know whose aunt she is, and other performers still to be announced.
Well, this just proves what Q said. Tom Hanks is in charge of that whole cabal getting the endocrine from the scared kids in that pizza place in the basement. It's just
Sounds
proof.
like you've been doing your research, young man.
I do my own research. You're dividing the... I'm sorry, that was just a instinct to say that.
An unprecedented move by President Donald Trump to grant himself a pardon during his remaining days in office could divide his hand-picked Supreme Court majority. Court watchers are bracing for an epic intra-Federalist Society clash that could determine whether Trump and future presidents can declare themselves immune from criminal investigations even after leaving the White House. I think there's not a chance in hell that would happen. I think it's a very close question whether it would ultimately be allowed to go forward, but I think there's a chance that a self-pardon might be struck down and be found to be the only limit on presidential power, said Christian Huick, a former lawyer in the Justice Department Office of the Pardon Attorney. The Constitution contains no explicit ban to a president giving himself a pardon, but some scholars contend the founders implied that the clemency power should not be used for self-dealing.
Mm-hmm. Lock him up.
Yes.
Lock him up.
I think that there's probably not... Now, I'm not saying he won't try to do it. I'm just saying that I think even that Supreme Court would have to go, hold on for a second here.
That means you can do whatever you want and then pardon yourself at the end.
Yeah.
And that is not good precedent.
Just back to Kevin Bacon and Kira Sedgwick and their hair removal business. It is already a website has been purchased. Clear your hedgewick with Sedgwick. So it's happening as we speak.
There you go.
They listen. I know they listen. All right, keep going.
Let's see. New York City will end all contracts with Donald Trump over the Capitol riot. The mayor said that they will cancel the contracts with the Trump organization because So New York City pays the Trump organization for 2 ice rinks, including I think it's the Rockefeller Center one, and then there's an ice rink now behind the New York Public Library, which was something when I lived in New York it wasn't there, but when we visited New York a few years ago, remember there was a big ice rink there as well. I think those are both Donald Trump operated. The Central Park Carousel and Trump golf links in the Bronx. Also, the billionaire co-founder of Home Depot, and I don't have his name right in front of me, he's very disappointed in Donald Trump and sorry he ever supported him.
Good.
And said he will no longer do that. But hanging in there, the guy who invented the pillow, the MyPillow guy, he's hanging in there.
Lindell?
He says, Mike Lindell, the guy, He invented the pillow. I don't know if
There
people
were
know
no
that.
pillows
Nope.
until he said, you know what, there's
Yeah.
got to be a
Just
better
like Howard
way.
Stern invented radio.
He's
Yeah.
got to put something under my head. I'll call it a pillow, he said. If you use the a hashtag Stop the Steal, I think you get a discount on one of his fine pillows. He sews them all himself, by the way. He has a gigantic flock of geese from which he harvests the feathers, and then he stuffs them.
Bill, you don't know the My Pillow then. There are no feathers in the My Pillow.
No.
My Pillow. It's
Pillow.
it's like it's not feathers.
How would I know that? I wouldn't know.
Wait, we're getting a follow-up to the Kevin Bacon, Kira Sedgwick hair removal shop that they are opening. It is officially called the Bacon Strip. Okay.
That's good. That would be good.
That's the official name, so let it be written.
Governor Spencer Cox has put the National Guard on standby ahead of weekend protests being planned over President Trump's election loss. He lost the election, so let's have a big protest. The move ratchets up security on Capitol Hill, follows a decision by the House and Senate Republican leaders to close the complex to the public. And here in Salt Lake, the Salt Lake County building, Salt Lake, there by the library, the wonderful Salt Lake City municipal building there, they're boarding up all the windows on the ground floor.
We can talk with Mayor Mendenhall about that later.
Yeah. And
that's right. She'll be calling in.
Finally, this story. I think we're out of time here, so let me just do this. Carrie, I know I'm betting that you will have one of these before the month is out.
What's that?
It's a new machine called a Cold Snap. It looks and functions like a Keurig coffee maker.
All right.
You put it on your counter in your home.
Okay.
But it makes soft serve ice cream.
I'm there.
Yep. It's not a very big machine. And you can anytime touch of the button.
I love it.
Soft serve ice cream right in your own home. So
that's what the world needs now.
I don't know how much it is.
Soft serve. All right, weather, traffic.
So that storm that came through yesterday, not a lot of wetness associated with it, but it was windy enough to blow out some of our bad air. So today's going to be a day you can go outside and take a nice big deep breath because the air is clean. It'll build back in, though, because we got nothing else on the horizon. We have highs in the low to mid-40s, overnight lows in the low to mid-20s, and that goes all the way through. Oh, it's Martin Luther King Day on Monday. Huh. Look at that. That's your weather. Traffic, we have a stalled vehicle northbound I-15, 72nd South on-ramp in Midvale. The left lane is blocked there. We have a crash southbound I-15, 26 South off-ramp in Woods Cross. And let's see, we've got crash Main Street, 1290 North in Bountiful. That's traffic.
All right. Let's see, we got candidate number 3 here.
Yes. By the way, it looks like the Cold Snap machine, Carrie, is $500.
Okay.
But then the pods that you put in the machine to create the soft serve, they're $3 each.
I think it would be cheaper just to go to McDonald's or something.
But way less convenient.
That's true.
You can have soft serve ice cream right there in your kitchen, standing there naked, like I know you like to do.
Yeah.
All right. Here's boner candidate number 3. You said it was all right to walk our pets. When you let's see. I'm sorry. A couple in Canada. So it's it was in the British press, but these are Canadians. A couple in Canada has been fined after police caught the wife walking her husband like a dog on a leash after curfew. The woman was reportedly stopped while walking her 40-year-old spouse on a leash up there in Quebec. The province has imposed a nightly curfew in a bid to curb the coronavirus. The only people allowed out close to their homes for limited reasons. One of them, this is between 8 p.m. and 5 a.m., one of the reasons would be exercising their dog. You can take your dog out if you have to on a leash. The woman told officers that she was just out walking her dog near the complex, or near the couple's home in the city of Sherbrooke. But it was her husband on a leash. She said, "We're not violating curfew. This is what I'm exercising." The cops didn't buy it. They fined her and said, "Please, you can't do this again. I was just out. You said it was all right to walk our pets." Boner candidate number 3.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, American Heroes. While just right at the very end of the impeachment hearing yesterday, in a ceremony at the White House, which apparently nobody saw, there really was no coverage of it, and nobody saw it because there's no one working there anymore.
Yeah.
Ricky Skaggs and Toby Keith given the National Medal of the Arts. Boner candidate number 2, Shreddin' Naked, a skateboarder in West Valley City, naked, skating in front of the kids. And number 3, you said it was all right to walk our pets.
Okay, here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one should move forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? Winning here means it goes up against the winner of round 2's voting. That happens at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. Champion is gotten there. We take both of our champions and put them against each other at 9:20. That's when you decide boner of the day for real. That's when boner fight happens. All right. So this is round 1. Send one of these forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting January 14, 2021. Vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 1. BigOTires.com.
The team you trust, Big O Tires. Mm-hmm. Right now, until January 31st, you can save up to $150 on a set of Big O brand tires. Now, Big O Tires, they have, all kinds of brands of tires. But the Big O brand, the house brand.
You bought that brand before.
I always buy that brand. Whenever I get new tires, I like Big O tires. So save up to $150 on a set of Big O tires right now. Also, tires and auto repairs and stuff can be an unexpected expense. But luckily, Big O Tires has financing available. They use their very own Big O Tires credit card, or you can have no credit financing in a lot of cases. There's a Big O Tire store near you, right in your neighborhood. I would suggest you get familiar with them, and you can find a location by going to BigOTires.com.
Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
I like that.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No,
No, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped, inspired by.
Yeah, I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really really,
Well,
really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
And they, and they put
the
on
disco
the wig.
drippers.
Disco Drippers. There we go. The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Ew.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. And I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them, I think. No, not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's going to, Because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
Let's have a party.
Number 2, Shred Naked. A naked skateboarder named Elvis arrested at a West Valley City Park. And boner candidate number 3. Well, you said it was all right to walk our pets, eh? A Canadian woman out walking her husband on a leash because there was a curfew that said you can't go out of your house unless you're walking your dog. Well, he is kind of a dog. Bobby won a Boner T-shirt, and the winner was Boner candidate number 2, Shreddin' Naked.
Boing.
There we go.
All right, had a button problem here. That's your winner of round 1. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. 3 more candidates there. We get a winner there as well. Take both winners, put them against each other, and we have Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. All right. 7:50, I believe Mayor Mendenhall is on the phone.
Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, good morning, Madam Mayor. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm well. It's the beginning of another whole new day, so we shall see.
Yeah.
That's the attitude.
That's a way to put it. Hey, listen.
Well, I haven't finished that first cup of coffee, so it's always undetermined, you know.
Maybe this is already something that exists, but I want to make a suggestion. I look out my window every day, and there's a kind of a construction project of some sort. City crews working on the street corner, about half a block from my house. Mm-hmm. And I watch them working, and I wonder every day, I wonder what they're doing. What kind of project is that? Is there any way to find that out? I was thinking it'd be nice to have a map online that you could just go and look and see what that project is. Is there something like that?
Well, yes, there is. If that's a public utility, Salt Lake City public utility crew, it may not be streets related, even though they're working on the street. Mm-hmm. But if it is a streets project, you can go to fundingourfuture.slc.org. I think that's the website. Okay. Mm-hmm. Funding Our Future is that sales tax initiative that we raised sales tax in 2018, as you might recall, and we put that toward buying up bus service, fixing our streets, more public safety, and the fourth one is escaping me at the moment. But there's a map associated with that, so you can see what's on the plan, what we've already done, what we're working on right now, and affordable housing. That was the fourth one. So ongoing revenue to build more affordable housing in the city. Yeah, check out the website.
I will. I'm probably not the only one who does that, Laura. I wonder what that project is they're doing. They're digging up the street and all of that kind of thing.
Yeah, because in my neighborhood they're doing that, but it's to put in the Google Fiber, so that would be a utility thing, not a street project.
And you know that what they're doing. I have no idea what these folks are doing.
There's other ways too. There's a permitting process that's always transparent. You can look that up by location too.
Oh, okay. Oh. So now let's talk about the fact that you go to work. I assume to the county building. Do you go every day? You must go almost every day of the week, right?
No, the city and county building is still primarily not occupied at all.
So you do most of your work from home.
I do it remotely. Mm-hmm. Basically until we're vaccinated, our city employees are not going back into City Hall. There are some who have to do some tangible things in the building day in and day out, but nobody's working there on a regular basis.
It must make you feel kind of weird to see the pictures of the windows being boarded up.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the first time since last January that we've had to do this. Mm-hmm. It happened once or twice during the summer, but we're taking precautions just out of an abundance of caution, knowing what some of the expected events may be in Salt Lake City. There's no specific targets called out at this point, but we want to harden some of our city buildings that we have had attacked in the last year. But I think this is potentially a different crowd.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the police. I know that's an ongoing issue.
A lot of them quitting, it seems.
60, did I read that it was 60 cops that had quit over in short order? And what's going on with that, and how are you and the Chief Brown handling all of that?
Yeah, the 60 is our total number down, and that includes people who've retired or who've shifted to other agencies. But it is up from what it normally is. We, as a department with hundreds of officers, we go through normal cycles of attrition every single month, but we have much more right now than we have in the past. And we couple that with COVID and exposure that occasionally happens with our officers, and they have to take time off. And ultimately, it means that our police resources are not as strong as we need them and want them to be. So City Council had a presentation just this last Tuesday. You can watch it online at any time on our YouTube channel from Chief Brown, talking about what all of these factors are coming together. And the City Council did sort of a soft vote, a straw poll, to unfreeze, not to add more money to the police department, but to at least unfreeze the positions that were part of the hiring freeze across the board when we were coming into COVID and looking at our budget reduction. So we're also working right now, facing this week or hopefully not longer of potential violence in the city with the inauguration events. We're working with partner agencies and with our state public safety officials to make sure that we are absolutely prepared. We have a lot of, as always, all of the departments help each other and be prepared to help each other if necessary. So I think we're in a great position going into this weekend and next week. But overall, we absolutely are in need of balancing out the needs for service in our city with the number of officers able to respond. So we're working on that.
Do we have? Are there people who are wanting to be police? People wanting to be hired?
Yeah, I'm grateful to be able to say absolutely yes to that. We have great applicants, and we're looking to train up officers from the beginning. We're not looking at the moment at hiring from other agencies. Part of that is Chief Brown's focus on really building the culture that we have in Salt Lake City Police Department, that we're building with the changes that we're making in the department into the officers. And that's harder to do in some ways when you bring a lateral on from another department. So
that
we do
sense.
have, we had 18 in November come into the new class, and now we're with the release of the hiring freeze, we'll be bringing more on. So if you're interested, go to Salt Lake City Police Department's website.
You've answered all the questions, but is there anything you want to mention, Mayor Mendenhall?
I want everybody to be safe over this next week, and please take precautions, as whatever that may mean to you. We don't have, as I said, a clear articulated threat in our downtown or at the Capitol, but we saw the state legislature cancel their in-person public access for Tuesday and maybe for the days that follow. But please be careful. We know how to do that because we've been doing a lot of being careful over 2020. But let's keep that going just in case, and know that your capital city's doing everything that we can to be prepared for whatever might happen, and to make sure if it does that we restore order very quickly.
All right. Thank you,
Mayor Mendenhall. Always
you.
A pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you all.
I feel glad happy that you're our mayor. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm flattered, Bill.
Thank you, Mayor.
Bill's nice to anybody, but he's nice to the mayor.
We'll talk to you again.
We'll talk to you
I'll try
next
to
time.
keep it that way.
All right.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash southbound I-15 milepost 279 Main Street in Lehigh. Got a vehicle on fire northbound I-15 milepost 323, that's State Street in Farmington. It is off to the right shoulder. And looks like that is about it. That's traffic.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back, Sean Means, with movie reviews after these. Quick Quack Car Wash. Go to don'tdrivedirty.com. Join the club.
Yeah, you'll don'tdrivedirty.com. You'll find the locations of Quick Quack Car Wash. Then you'll also find about how to join the membership.
That means you can go every day and wash your car, which is something that appeals to me.
Twice a day if you want.
Every day and wash your car and vacuum it out.
Yeah, and see, I took the car through the wash yesterday, and I was thinking about this exactly, and I thought, I really should just get that membership and go as often as I'd like, because this is nice.
Yeah. And then if you are a member, current members can join the Family Flock program, and you can add up to 4 additional vehicles onto your membership for just $15 per vehicle per month. At Quick Quack Car Wash, they're green and clean, earth-friendly. The vacuums are always free. They're fast. You'll find a location near you by going to their website, don'tdrivedirty.com.
All right, now what?
This is Utah word of the day. That's
From what year? Do you have any idea?
94, I want to say.
94.
1994.
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL.
Oh, yeah.
And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hell stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fell.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not going to be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer?
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail. And I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel.
Sure did.
They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret Book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
There you go.
That's back when we had this theory that we would beat you over the head with comedy. You know, the way to get you to laugh was to beat you over the head with comedy.
Why didn't we ever learn to edit?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Also, now, you were shouting, this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, though, out of all of the Utah Word of the Days, that was the best one.
It was one of the,
Really?
Yeah. It was one of the better ones.
In my opinion, I think that was the best one. Whenever someone says, what's the quintessential episode, I say that one.
I still like Lard Dorothy. That's a gorgeous orange.
I like talking to the manager of the store about the manger scene.
Yeah.
The creche, the manger scene. The manger. I need to speak to the manger about the manger scene.
God. Beat you over the head is right. Even I was getting bored. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's why we don't do sketches anymore, all right? Anyway. sponsor, Gina.
Earth's Avengers will need to form alliances with some of the most vile foes. Venom Saga that changed everything you thought you know about symbiotes. Right, Carrie? Did I say that right?
Yes,
Okay.
you're good.
Only at Dr. Volt's.
Thank you.
Well, here he is, culture writer and film critic for the Salt Lake Tribune. You can read Sean Mean's works at sltrib.com, but a good place to go is moviecricket.net. I don't know why I can't remember.
.net, yes.
Moviecricket.net. You'll find all of Sean's things collected there.
Looks like we only have a couple of movies this week.
Yeah, kind of a slow week, plus I've been busy.
Mm-hmm.
But there's two, and neither of them are that great. So there's one. So on Netflix, starting tomorrow, there's one called Outside the Wire. This is an action movie set in the future, where you have an American drone pilot played by Damson Idris, who gets sent to the front lines in Ukraine, where U.S. has a base, where they're sort of monitoring a fight between the rebels and some warlord, blah, blah, blah. And he gets assigned to work with an android super soldier played by Anthony Mackie.
Wow.
Oh, well, I mean, it's kind of a nice idea.
It's an interesting premise. A couple problems with it. First off, there's an ending that just comes out of left field that's kind of ridiculous. But before that, you get two modes in this movie. You either get so-so action sequences, or you get lots of talk to explain what just happened. And it gets really boring really fast. And I mean, Anthony Mackie does his best, doing the android super soldier thing. He's an android super soldier who laughs and swears like Samuel L. Jackson and has his own agenda. So it's just kind of weird.
Okay.
But not in a good way. Outside the Wire, it's 2 stars.
2 stars.
All right.
Outside the Wire. Okay. What about The Marksman?
The Marksman. I'm convinced that Liam Neeson is slowly turning into Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of movie that Clint Eastwood would have been doing, 5 years ago. And he plays a rancher in Arizona, right on the border. Ex-Marine. I'm sorry, I know, once a Marine, always a Marine. Retired Marine. Sharpshooter. Whose wife died a year ago, and he's got money troubles. All backstory up the kazoo.
Sure.
He comes across a mother and son who are crossing the border fence, and he's going to call the border patrol and turn them in. But then he sees some evil cartel guys coming up, wanting them back.
Mm-hmm.
And shooting happens. The mom dies, and so Liam Neeson now has to take this 11-year-old kid to Chicago with the cartel on his trail, and the border patrol because the cartel's leaving a string of bodies on their trail.
Well, now everything you've said, how could this movie possibly be bad? This...
Well, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's very serviceable. I mean, the director, the scenes go from A to B. They do what they're supposed to do. There's just not really any sort of finesse or style to any of it. Neeson's okay. Some of the plotting is a little simplistic, and you're like, oh, come on, that's not okay. But it is a garden variety action movie, and if it weren't for the fact that we don't get any movies anymore, nobody would notice it exists.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Nicely put.
You'll take this movie and you'll like it and not complain.
This is what you get. This is all we got right now.
That's right.
It's like shopping for groceries in the old Soviet Union.
Right.
You got a potato. Here's a potato.
All right. So
2.5 stars for the Marksman.
2.5 for The Marksman, and then 2 stars for Outside the Wire. I'm guessing Sundance is going along okay. Do you know?
Sundance is going along online this year. They have a shortened schedule, 7 days starting on January 28th. 73 films. They just announced actually a big Oscar bait movie, Judas and the Black Messiah, with Daniel Kaluuya and Lakeith Stanfield playing Fred Hampton and from the Black Panthers and the guy that betrayed him.
Okay.
So yeah, and this is being talked up as like Kaluuya and possibly Stanfield getting Oscar nominations.
Wow.
It's going to premiere on Sundance before it comes out in theaters in February. So.
All right.
Anything else to look forward to at Sundance, just quickly?
There's a few. The woman who did One Child Nation, the documentary about China's one-child policy, she has a new documentary coming about Wuhan and the early days of the COVID pandemic. And then also Robin Wright is making her directing debut in a movie called Land, where she plays a woman who isolates herself up in a cabin somewhere.
Oh, interesting.
Princess Buttercup.
Those are a couple. Princess Buttercup. She's tough. You know that.
She directed
You've seen House of Cards.
Yeah, she directed some of those episodes. I know. So.
She did. Yeah.
Yeah. This is her movie debut, but I know she's directed some TV. So yeah.
All right. Well, Sean, thank you.
Thank you, Sean. We'll talk to you next week. Take care.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, traffic, Gina, please.
Crash southbound I-15 milepost 279. This is Main Street in Lehigh. There was a vehicle on fire in Farmington, northbound I-15 milepost 323 off to the right shoulder. I haven't seen an update on that one. And that seems to be about it. That's traffic.
All right. Round two?
Oh, yeah, round two of your bonus. Sorry, I was reading something else there. Round two of the boners. Here are the candidates you will be looking at. Number one, Super Spreader Swingers. Number two, We're going to stiff Rudy. And number three, I'm with Donald to the bitter end.
Oh, okay. Round two of your boners, also big boy news and opinioendo coming up after these. Stand by. All right, let's see. Now we have a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
Need a job?
Or maybe you have a job, but you're looking for a change.
Or maybe
can be true.
Maybe you're looking for some part-time work as well. They do part-time work as well.
Jobs.utah.gov. If you're getting ready, also what you'll find there at jobs.utah.gov is help for an interview. You know, what kinds of things you should be aware of and do, or getting some additional education for training for a new job. You can find that at the website too. There are jobs available in construction, manufacturing, life sciences. Hundreds of jobs are available right now. Mm-hmm. All you have to do is go to jobs.utah.gov. Let's get back to work, huh? Come on. Let's get back to work. Stop waiting around. Stop sitting around searching for something mm-hmm. new. Jobs.utah.gov. Do it.
Hello there, kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. And since this is tax season, I knew you'd be dying to hear another tale from the big ledger. Today's story is about a young working woman who has some rather unusual ideas about filing her taxes. Let's have a listen, shall we?
Come on in, Miss Trixie, isn't it?
Whatever you want it to be, sugar.
I was finalizing your return, and I came across some items which the IRS might have some questions about.
Well, I filled out the forms the best I could. What more do you need to know?
You've listed your occupation here as working girl. Well, we all work. Could you be a little more specific?
Oh, I thought it seemed a bit more polite than prostitute.
Yeah.
I suppose you could change it to hooker, streetwalker, hoe, escort, chicken rancher, whichever's more correct.
Chicken rancher?
Well, I'm pretty good at raising cows.
No! I think that escort might not flag it on it. We'll go with that.
Okay.
Now, you've listed $8,000 in advertising expenses. This seems a bit excessive.
Well, in my business, you can't make any money if you don't get noticed. So I got these.
Yeah.
38 double Ds. What do you think?
They are very nice. You could put those away now. But advertising?
Well, they sure stop traffic.
Well, why don't we list them as capital assets? Then you can depreciate them over time.
Okay.
What about this $25,000 for office improvements? Didn't you say you were a prostitute? What office?
Well, I had to have a new lamp post put in. You know, the old one did a lousy job of showing off my new capital assets.
We'll come back to that. $12,000 in office supplies?
Condoms.
Oh, well, that offers all the questions I have. Do you realize, Miss Trixie, that you could increase the amount of your return if you had your pimp set up a 401k plan for you?
Hey, that's a great idea.
There you have it, creeps. Another great tale from our ledger. Our working girl sure seems to know the tricks of the trade. Remember, keep good records, or you'll end up paying the IRS to screw you.
Not a bad
Okay.
show, huh?
Huh?
Not a bad show.
Oh, yeah, I'm quite liking Mr. Mayor.
Ted Danson is the mayor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty funny. And you can tell it's just, it's, if you watch 30 Rock at all, it's got Tina Fey's thumbprints all over it, of course. And
Which
she
are good
created,
thumbprints to have.
yeah, and she created this show, and it has those beats. It has those,
yeah,
you know, little nuances and the characters and all of that. They're so 30 Rock. So if you like 30 Rock, I think you'll like.
And
this
it'll the first two episodes are, you know, good, but I think that show's going to get better and better as it goes along.
All right, let's go. This is, we're broadcasting live from our homes, in case you were wondering, x96.com/live. You can see us. Got cameras set up in our homes, and then there's Katie there in the studio in downtown Salt Lake, making it all come together and go out through the radio hole to your radio. Is that how
It's
it works?
magic. It's magic.
I don't know. I've only been doing this for a few days. So, x96.com/live is the place where you can watch us broadcasting from our homes. Otherwise, go about your business. Everything's just fine and normal. All right. Round two of your boners. 3 news stories. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you've got to decide with your vote of these 3 which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day, going up against the winner of round 1's voting that we did an hour ago. Both of these winners go against each other at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. Right now, pick your champions. Send one of these 3 forward from round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Someday you'll need to tote things around, and wouldn't it be nice to have a Radio from Hell tote bag to tote them in? Your name will go on a list, and we will let you know when it's safe to come down to the office to pick up your Radio from Hell tote bag.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Super Spreader Swingers. It was advertised as a swingers party. However, they were swapping more than just spouses. Fox 11 in Los Angeles has been investigating and showing Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department breaking up a super spreader event, several of them, over the last few weeks, but an adults-only super spreader event got busted at a warehouse in South Central L.A. over the weekend. This time, it wasn't teenagers and young people. It was older, middle-aged partygoers. The party's over, said a deputy Los Angeles Police Department official. They on a loudspeaker. All right, you folks, the party's over.
These people need the Mary Claire treatment. Mary Claire used to tell me when I was a kid, and all my brothers and sisters, if you get hurt doing something I told you not to do, I'm not taking you to the hospital. If any of these people get COVID, they should not be allowed to go to the hospital.
I think it's probably a good thing that one of you children didn't die on your mother's watch, because she'd be in prison today.
Told you not to do that.
She'd be in prison today. Boner candidate number 1, Super Spreader Swingers.
Go ahead and bleed all over the floor.
Yeah,
just because you went out and got stabbed is not my problem.
I told you not to go out and get stabbed.
I told you not to go down Crime Alley. Why would they call it Crime Alley?
Here's boner candidate number 2. We're going to stiff Rudy. There are 6 days left in the Trump presidency, assuming no further coup attempts happen.
Well,
on day 7, Donald Trump can go back to being a private citizen rather than a public one. And if you needed a reminder of how Donald Trump operates and has always operated,
yes,
you need not look further than his relationship with his brother in cognitive decline, Rudy Giuliani. And this is the same thing I was talking about with Mike Pence. Trump was, Mike Pence, Mike Pence, Mike Pence, Mike Pence, and Mike Pence was so loyal to Trump, so loyal. But when Mike Pence wouldn't stop the Electoral College vote, Donald Trump has no more use for him. Mm-hmm. Same thing here with Rudy Giuliani. Giuliani has given everything to Trump, most notably the last shred of his credibility and his dignity. Giuliani has been barnstorming, not just around the country, around the world on Donald Trump's behalf, cooking up absurdities about Joe Biden's son in far-off places. By the way, that congressman yesterday who was against impeaching Donald Trump, the one I mentioned early in the show, who brought up, look, Donald Trump got rid of ISIS. Yeah. He improved the economy. He made he insured the economy for small business people and let government off their back. He also happened to mention he also has been a forefront of going after Hunter Biden, in this. Well, there's nothing there to go after. But Rudy Giuliani has been trying to do that. He's been all over the world trying to push Trump's utterly ludicrous fictions. And the more public airtime Rudy got, the more ridiculous he looked. But he was Trump's guy. And he seemed sure to reap a financial reward. You know how much he was getting paid, by the way, Rudy Giuliani? $20,000 a day.
A day, yeah.
That's how much he was charging and apparently getting paid, except, and this is one of the rare times I'm nominating Donald Trump for a boner because this is just the lowest of the low. Trump has instructed his aides not to pay Rudy Giuliani. Don't pay him. He did not.
Well, he didn't produce results,
exactly.
So he didn't overturn the election. So I'm not paying him.
He didn't
that's how his mind works.
Exactly. Just stiff Rudy.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't care that Rudy's not going to get his $20,000 a day, and I mean I don't know how much of that he's collected. That's how much he was billing. But for Trump to say, "Tell Rudy we're not going to pay him a dime." Boner candidate number 2.
Well, I guess it says something like high crimes and all. I don't know how you can impeach somebody who's done a great job.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I'm with Donald to the bitter end.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinnuendo brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service available.
Tragedy. Tragedy, one of a kind. An original, he will be missed. Jeez. Can you
What?
hear the sirens?
Uh-uh.
I guess, pretty loud outside my house. Yes, Siegfried and Roy, Siegfried Fischbacher, the surviving member of Siegfried and Roy is no longer the surviving member. He has died in Las Vegas at the age of 81. He was at his home in Las Vegas. His spokesperson declined to say much about it. She said, he was asleep, he fell asleep, and then he just didn't wake up.
He had pancreatic cancer.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Oh.
Now Roy, he died of the COVID.
Yeah, Roy Horn.
Last March.
Yeah.
I was going to say that Siegfried died of a broken heart, but...
No. Siegfried and Roy, of course, an institution in Las Vegas for many years. And they were a huge, huge act there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Roy got mauled by... Manticore the tiger was trying to save Roy's life when he accidentally mauled him to
helping him
death.
off stage.
Yeah, he was helping him. Yeah,
helping him off stage.
That's right.
And Steph says Manticore died of old age, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Also passing away, and I'm not going to say tragedy, Dr. Harold Bornstein. His death was announced on a paid notice in the New York Times. It did not give a cause of death or say where he died. He was 75, I think.
Yeah.
He was described here in the New York Times as the loquacious, hirsute, and eccentric doctor. He was Donald Trump's personal physician for many, many years. He's the one who said, this is the most healthy man to ever, to be president.
To occupy the office of the president, the most healthiest man. In
by the way,
a statement that screamed that it was written by Trump and just signed by him.
Yeah. By the way, Dr. Bornstein became Donald Trump's professional or personal physician because he inherited Trump as a patient from his father, Dr. Jacob Bornstein, with whom he shared a medical practice on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. So his dad was Donald Trump's doctor, and then when his dad passed, he became Donald Trump's doctor. Amazon has called a lawsuit by Parler meritless, and the facts unequivocal in a case that pits the conservative social media platform against the giant web service provider that declined to support it due to incitement to violence.
Okay. You want a list of why we're taking you off? Here's a list, and it's impressive.
And Parler was the alternative to Twitter that conservatives, I think I remember even Chris Stewart, our representative, saying that he was on Parler and doing stuff on Parler. But there are list after list after list of things that that Amazon said, we can't have you on our platform anymore. They incited rape and torture and assassination of public officials and private citizens, and that's why we've banned you. But Parler continues to say they're going to sue Amazon for restraint of speech.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck, because they're not stopping you from still existing. You just can't do it on their...
You violated the terms of your agreement.
Exactly.
When you sign up for Twitter or Facebook or anything, that big long list of tiny words you don't read, it's in there that says if you put things on here that do X, Y, and Z, we can take you off. There's no lawsuit to be had there.
Oh, geez, and I've been doing Z. Evidence uncovered so far, including weapons and tactics seen on surveillance video, suggests a level of planning that has led investigators to believe that the attack on the U.S. Capitol was not just a protest that spiraled out of control, according to federal law enforcement officials. Among the evidence the FBI is examining are indications that some participants at the Trump rally at the Ellipse outside the White House left the event early to get some items to be used in the assault on the Capitol. A team of investigators and prosecutors also focused on the command and control aspect of the attack, looking at travel and communications records to determine if they can build a case that is similar to a counterterrorism investigation. The belief early in the probe is that this was a planned event. They planned for some time to break into the Capitol building. Some of the people who stormed the Capitol, including a Proud Boys leader, claimed that they were citizen journalists, by the way.
Yeah.
Why are you arresting us? We were journalists.
Journalists.
We were there just documenting
And again,
this event.
as we have heard from actual journalists, if you do that, you can still get arrested, even if you are a journalist, and I use the term loosely.
A local nonprofit with ties to the polygamous Kingston group is facing multiple questions and accusations regarding its taxes. Fox 13 spoke to a man who filed the IRS complaint against Ensign Learning Center, a private elementary school where members of the Kingston group send their children. Ensign Learning Center has declared nearly $12 million in assets, the tipster wrote in his complaint. Directors, officers, persons are using income and assets for personal gain. Organization is engaged in commercial for-profit business activities. Organization failed to report employment, income, or excise tax property. I didn't realize this, but the Southern Poverty Law Center classifies the Kingston polygamous group as a hate group.
Yes.
I think that's fascinating. A federal judge has rejected a last-ditch move, and thank God, to block helium drilling in the Utah wilderness. Now, I didn't realize, I never thought about it, but I thought, wait a minute. Helium isn't something that's produced in a lab or something?
Nope.
It just comes in the tanks, doesn't it? Doesn't it just appear in the tanks?
No, it's something that is found in pockets in the earth, and they drill for it.
Yeah.
And helium producers say they will begin drilling soon inside newly designated Utah wilderness after a federal judge turned down an environmental group's request for an emergency injunction that would have blocked the project. Now, I'm not keen on the fact that they're drilling in a wilderness area. However, what are we going to do if we don't have any helium to fill party balloons?
Exactly.
What are we going to do? We need that precious helium for party balloons. And finally this. You remember Rex Tillerson?
Yes.
Secretary of State.
He was the Secretary of State. Donald Trump.
Oil guy.
Yeah, he's from the big oil companies. And Trump tapped him to be Secretary of State. Well, Donald Trump is on his way out of office, and Rex Tillerson has made some comments basically saying from the time... Now, when Donald Trump took office 4 years ago until now, man, this country is screwed. He didn't put it quite that way, but he said, we are worse off than we were 4 years ago, and I lay that at the feet of Donald Trump's administration.
Yep.
This is a big business guy.
Certainly not a liberal bleeding heart.
No. Who went into being Secretary of State, I think, because he thought, A, it was an interesting challenge, B, maybe he could help do something, to keep things from being crazy.
There were many people that went into the cabinet thinking, we need to babysit Donald Trump, and I'm the man to do it. And nobody was successful doing it.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
All right.
And so that'll tell you a lot, I think.
Yep. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, 5-time Olympic swimming medalist Cleet Keller charged Wednesday with participating in the deadly riot at the U.S. Capitol after a video emerged that appeared to show him among those storming the building last week. In an FBI complaint citing screenshots from the video, there he is, 38-year-old Keller. He competed in the 2000, 2004, and 2008 Summer Olympics. He had gold medals, silver medals, bronze medals, and now prison jumpsuit, perhaps.
Are they going to take his medals away?
They should.
I think they could if they wanted, right?
Yeah, they could.
Weather, we had a little storm come through yesterday that didn't bring much precipitation, but it did clean out the air. So we should have much better air quality today. That's good news there. And the rest of the week, highs in the low to mid 40s, overnight lows in the low to mid 20s for the foreseeable future. That's weather. Traffic, now we have this incident in Farmington. Northbound I-15 is closed near 200 West in Farmington, milepost 322. Expect heavy delays between Centerville and Farmington. Use an alternate route if possible. You can check the UDOT traffic app for that. And also plan ahead Friday and Saturday. Partial closure on Bangor at 114 South northbound off-ramp for right-hand turns only. This is for utility work. Drivers traveling from Bangor toward the District Mall will need to use an alternate route. Left-hand turns from northbound off-ramp will remain open. That's traffic.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I'm with Donald to the bitter end. Mike Lindell, CEO of My Pillow Company. Of course, Mr. Lindell credited, if you look it up on Wikipedia, you'll see he's credited with inventing the pillow.
They never had pillows before.
Nope. Never had a pillow until Mike Lindell came along.
People are saying, and I am hearing, he invented the pillow.
That's
You've not
right.
seen a pillow like no other, you know.
He's been a longtime supporter of Donald Trump, and he has a Fight for Trump discount code that went up last Wednesday, the day the Capitol was attacked.
Okay.
Lindell attended the rally that Trump spoke at before the riot began. It's not clear if the Fight for Trump code was up before then. Might have been just after. In an interview with Newsmax, Mr. Lindell attempted to blame the riot on Antifa, the loosely organized anti-fascist movement, despite the police saying, or the FBI rather, saying there was no Antifa at that riot. There were probably some undercover Antifa that dressed as Trump people and did some damage to windows and got in there, Lindell said.
Yeah, that's...
He also claimed in the interview that Trump would be president for another 4 years.
Nope.
Despite the Electoral College votes now being certified. So Lindell, and I'm afraid there are others like him,
Yep.
who are still saying, oh no, Donald Trump will not be out of office.
Oh, I get texts and emails from him all the time.
Donald Trump will still be president even after the inauguration of Joe Biden. He's
No, these conspiracy people, they send me that stuff too. All will be revealed. You will see soon. It's not going to happen.
Boner candidate number 3. I'm with Donald to the bitter end.
All right, so let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, super spreader swingers. That's a huge party of adults, swingers, you know, busted in South L.A. Not only were they swingers, but they were spreaders, and they were doing that intentionally. They were being COVID spreaders intentionally. Boner candidate number 2, we're going to stiff Rudy. Trump administration, Trump has instructed his people, Rudy Giuliani did not prevent me from being impeached, so don't pay him. Just going to stiff him. I don't care about that. It's just the sheer venality and evilness of that whole thing.
And it's typical.
Yeah. And Boner candidate number 3, I'm with Donald to the very bitter end.
Okay, here we go. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight to possibly become boner of the day. Because if it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. You must defeat the winner of round 1's voting. That happened an hour ago. But we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fight. Right now, pick your champion for round 2. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win this round. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text it to 33986. Pretty easy. Or call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting January 14, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 2. BigOTires.com.
Big O Tires, the team you trust.
I've gone to BigOTires.com because, well, I usually go to the one on Highland Drive, but I have not been in Salt Lake and needed a Big O Tires, and I found a location near me. And guess what? At that Big O Tires, just as nice as the ones I usually go to.
Yeah, they are great people, too, the Big O Tire stores. If you go to BigOTires.com, you'll find the local Big O Tire near you. They'll get to know you and your car. Right now, you can save up to $150 on a set of Big O brand tires, and those are great tires. They also have the winter car protection special. It's how much is that again? Let's say $49.95. I don't have the copy right in front of me, but it's a really good, winter checkup for your car, oil change and all of that. So if you go to BigOTires.com, you'll find a location, and you will find the team you trust, Big O Tires.
Program, Carrie and Bill. And let's see, it's time to check out the answering machine. Have you...
Yeah, go ahead and access it. We have an answering machine here at work because, well, we don't like personal calls at home. I use my phone at home for outgoing calls only.
Hi there, you've reached the offices of Carrie and me, Bill, the Radio from Hell guys. And if you have anything to say to us, we're not picking up, so wait for the beep.
Usually these calls come in after hours. I mean, after we're not here, that is.
After like 1 or 2.
It's rewinding.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Allred. This is Dr. Arnold's office calling.
Oh.
I have what I hope is good news for both you and Samantha. Samantha's definitely pregnant.
Hey.
She's a very healthy bitch, so we anticipate no problems. She's about a month along.
Good.
So she should deliver in about 2 months. Our office will be open until 5 p.m., so please try to pick her up before then. We'll have her well-groomed and ready to go.
Well-groomed?
I didn't tell you guys I got a
Thank
Chihuahua,
you.
did I?
It's a Chihuahua.
It's a little. I got a new little dog.
Oh, they're so cute.
I know you got little beady eyes.
Yeah, they are.
Gonna have
Hi,
pups.
Carrie. This is Libby Weaver from Fox News.
Oh.
Hey, would you stop leaving your underwear in my mailbox?
Again?
If you don't stop, I'm going to have to call the police, Carrie. Bye.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the in vitro fertilization clinic at the University of Utah calling for Ralph Allred. Mr. Allred, we have the sperm sample you left with us yesterday, and, well, I'm not sure what to say here. The sample you left with us, it's not human. Please
Bill,
return our call.
Bill, you're supposed to...
I didn't understand.
Leave yours. Not... Never mind.
Hi, Carrie. This is Shauna Parsons from Fox News. Listen, you've got to stop leaving your underwear in my mailbox. This is getting absolutely
turn this
ridiculous.
off?
I have called the Salt Lake Police, and there is a restraining order against you, so wise up.
Can we turn this off, please?
Way to go, Carrie.
None of any...
Add it
Bill?
again.
It's Chunga. I got my big toe caught in the water spout of the tub again, and I can't get it out.
Again?
I've been here for about 2 hours, and I'm lonely, and the water's too cold. Bill, I ran out of beer, and I'm down to my last cigar.
This happens to
Now,
you.
I know you said that last time this happened, you wouldn't help me again, but everybody else has said that too.
That's right.
Can you come over?
No.
Please?
No.
Well, I see...
make sure you bring some soap,
Well,
okay?
I see you got out okay.
Well,
I mean...
finally.
Again, you did this.
Mike Summers came and got me out.
Well, how nice of him to do
He brought
that.
some soap and...
How nice.
Your little sponge bag.
Yeah.
All right.
Carrie, Al Bain from K-Bear calling.
Oh, okay. Al Bain.
Look, do me a favor. Quit leaving your underwear in my mailbox.
we
And I
turn-
know they're yours because I don't know anybody else that wears Ren and Stimpy and Simpsons underwear.
we
So I
turn
know
this
they're
off?
yours. Wouldn't mind as much if they weren't soiled. But quit leaving them in there or I'm going to have to call the authorities. See ya.
So the little problem is back, eh?
I was wondering what that was in my mailbox, Carrie.
Way to go.
You're sick.
Night.
All right, it's time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a delicious cabbage and mango slaw.
And make sure your furnace is and stays ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for just $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Boner candidate number 1, Super Spreader Swingers. A Super Spreader Swinger party busted in South L.A. Number 2, we're going to stiff Rudy. Trump looking to deny Rudy Giuliani's legal fees for attempting to overthrow an election. And apparently Rudy was billing the Trump people $20,000 a day. And boner candidate number 3, I'm with Donald to the bitter end. Mike Lindell, inventor of the pillow and owner of My Pillow Company, who has been a fierce Trump supporter and continues to be. He's offering a discount on his pillows if you use the code Fight for Trump.
No, Stop the Steal, right?
No, it's Fight for Trump.
Oh, it's Fight for
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Fight for Trump. So let's see. Ned won a tote bag, and the winner was boner candidate number 3. I'm with Donald to the bitter end.
All right, there's your winner of round 2. It goes forward. Might be boner of the day. We'll face it off against the winner of round 1. Boner fight is determined by you at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. So there we go. All right, is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
It's brought to you by that piece of toast I had this morning.
Okay.
Hello, sailor boy!
Oh! We're gonna talk to a seaman and soon-to-be pig doctor, Gina's son,
Dr. Moreau,
who's in the United States Navy. It's Festus. Hi, Festus.
I joined the Navy to keep the pigs alive.
To keep the pigs alive?
Good.
And they're still alive, so I'm doing my job.
Ahoy hoy, my son.
Ahoy hoy.
So you're almost done with quarantine, correct?
Yeah, we're done. Our last day is on Sunday, so we're nearing the end of this quarantine.
You keep coming and going. Stay close to your phone, sailor.
Okay.
There you go.
So, Festus, my big question has been, I keep asking Gina, are you ever going to see the ocean? Are you ever going to be on a boat?
See from here, I can see the Gulf.
Well, okay, but you're a sailor. You know what I mean. Are you ever going to be on a ship?
Yeah, so corpsman is a pretty versatile rate in the Navy. We can go on shore commands, and then we can also go on ships. But a lot fewer of us go on ships. There's only about 5, I think, on an aircraft carrier.
But you don't know if you're going to be assigned to a ship or not till you graduate.
Is that correct?
Did we lose him?
Oh, no.
Huh.
Festus?
Sailor boy.
I think what we're trying to say is...
Hello!
Now, why are we getting that weird?
Now we're getting
hang up on him, Katie. Maybe he'll call back.
Maybe he'll call back. Yeah, hang up and we'll see.
So he came home.
Kind of loop there.
The reason we could talk to him is because he came home for Christmas, not in my house. And the Navy said, fine, everybody go home for Christmas, but then y'all have to quarantine for 2 weeks when you get back. And so he hasn't been in school or anything because he's quarantining just with him and his roommate. And it's like prison. They let him out for an hour a day for exercise.
What's her name? His roommate, what's her name?
It's a him.
Oh.
And I don't know what his roommate's name is.
I wonder if he does.
His roommate's name is Sailor.
Yeah.
Other kind of sailor.
Hey, you, Sailor.
Just Sailor. He'll answer.
Swabby.
Well, maybe we can get him to call back in the 9 o'clock.
Some other
I don't know
day.
what happened. Honey, are you okay?
Maybe the Navy. I think the Navy frowns on their corpsman. Corpsman? Is that what he is?
Yeah. Well, he will be when he's done.
I think they maybe frown on them participating in morning radio broadcasts.
Could be.
I wondered if they would be not happy with that.
And they monitor his phone calls, I'm sure. So
Yeah, maybe he got disconnected by some big science-y machine of some kind. Nope. Is he back?
Festus?
Hello.
Well, you know, I feel so safe. I feel so safe knowing that people like this are protecting our country.
And here's my favorite text regarding this segment. Say what you will about Utah Word of the Day, at least it's reliable.
There you go.
Let's try again later, I guess.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know what's going on with him.
Mike, our country is in good hands with people like that, you know, making sure.
He said, I called back. I got cut off again, so it sounds like it's on our end, maybe. Huh.
Would it be?
No, it's not. No. It's the Admiral. Miss Buxley, make sure that sailor doesn't get another call through.
Once again, there's big tech controlling everything, controlling our speech. Big tech didn't want him to speak.
He's being censored. He was going to talk about the pig training, and they didn't want him talking about it because he wants to do the pig training.
I think Admiral Foggybottom said, Miss Buxley, you tell that young sailor he can't talk on the radio.
Yes, Admiral Foggybottom. Well, I'm sad because I've purposely not called him this week because I knew we were going to have this segment with him so I could get caught up with him. Now I'm not getting caught up with him.
Well, can't you get caught up with him later on today anyway?
Well, I mean, yeah, but...
I mean, couldn't you have gotten caught up with him before this segment and then...
Well, because, Bill, it's our save it for the radio. Yeah. If I already knew everything that was going on with him...
Well, but there's surely things you want to talk about to him that you don't want on the radio, like, are you keeping your underwear clean? And
I'd ask him that on the radio.
Well, I guess you would. Now that I think about it, I know you. Yeah, you would.
I would check on that.
Does he have to do his own laundry?
Sure.
I would think that's part of the training, right?
I would think.
Because you didn't teach him to do laundry, did you?
Yes, I did. I mean, once he was in high school, like, laundry is your responsibility. I'm not doing your laundry anymore.
Okay. All right.
You got to clean your own bathroom, got to do your laundry, got to...
Guy in the chat room thinks that he probably had to go change into his 5th uniform for the day. Do they do that in the Navy? They're always changing uniforms?
I get, depending on what you're doing.
I don't know enough about it, really. So.
Well, if we had a sailor that we could talk to, then maybe we could find out. But
Festus. I'm worried.
I think it sounds like it's censorship to me. The U.S. Navy does not want him on the air. I think they're afraid he'll reveal. You've already said too much about the pig doctoring.
We don't need people knowing about our secret pig maneuver.
If people don't know what that is, I guess I should probably say there's some additional training that Festus can do after he graduates. So he's learning to be a medic, a corpsman, and you can do more training. Opt in. You don't have to do it. But it's called live tissue training. And it's exactly what it sounds like. Mm-hmm. They need to practice on keeping something alive for reals, and they don't want to practice on people.
They used to practice on people, but...
So they mortally wound an anesthetized, which is a hard word to say, pig. Anesthetized.
They used to do it with prisoners.
And then they have to keep the pig alive. They have to use the life-saving techniques that they've been taught to keep the pig alive. You got to treat it just like a regular patient.
Keep the pig alive only so long but then you have to finally let it die because Admiral Foggybottom needs pork chops. So that's what happens with the pig eventually.
And I had thought that he was not sure whether he wanted to do that or not, and he texted me and said, no, I definitely want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So
he did want to do it. Oh,
he does, yeah. Because, I mean, I guess he wants the training, but I was simultaneously fascinated and disgusted by that little bit of information.
And doing it, he'll also learn exactly how and where bacon comes from. So,
And he'll keep that pig alive.
Well, Festus, let's try to do this some other time. It's a very unsatisfactory version of.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Update, northbound I-15 is now opened at 200 West in Farmington. Expect residual delays throughout the area. This is due to that earlier vehicle fire. You can check the UDOT traffic app for that. And so that's cleared up, and I don't have any other accidents to tell you about. The only impediment this morning is to talking to my son on the phone for some reason. Thanks, Texas. That's traffic.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We do have boner fights on the way. Stand by for that. All kinds of stuff coming up in our final hour of broadcast from our homes, which you can see at x96.com/live. You can see us with our cameras set up in our basements and bedrooms and panic rooms and all of that. So we got all that coming up, along with a reasonable amount of news. Stand by. I got a message now from Larry H. Miller, Used Cars.
Mr. Generous. I didn't realize this about Larry H. Miller Used Car Supermarket. They're big green buildings. I mean, there are several locations, Ogden to Provo, and they always make sure their buildings are big and green. So you can find more about Larry H. Miller Used Car Supermarket. Go to lhmusedcars.com. But don't buy a brand new car, buy a used car. They've got really a great selection of used cars at Larry H. Miller. Regardless of your credit situation, they can get you into the car you've been wanting. If you buy new, and it's true, the car depreciates so much the minute you drive it off the lot. You can save money by buying a used car, thousands upon thousands of dollars. Larry H. Miller has the greatest selection. Just go to any Larry H. Miller Used Car Supermarket on the Wasatch Front.
We talked briefly about this yesterday, but the subject of billboards came up, and Todd came to us and said, want to do some billboards for November. We did our zombie ones for October, for Halloween. How about something for Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
And we thought, well, let's give away some turkeys.
Can we give away turkeys? We have to ask. Can we give away turkeys?
Let's give away some turkeys.
Seems like the thing to do for the season.
And Todd said, sure, we can do that. That's easy.
So can we promote that on a billboard that we're giving away turkeys?
And so I didn't speak to the graphics guy, but we have an in-house graphics guy. We have a couple of them, actually. And said, somebody conveyed to him, look, they're giving away turkeys or free turkeys.
Well, he claims that he was not communicated with.
Well, that's
correctly.
what he claims. So now the billboard.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can
see it's kind of stretched out.
It's a squished version, yeah. For some reason he chose to put our heads on cooked turkey bodies.
And then it just says turkeys.
And it says turkeys. Now, and then
I think
it says Radio from Hell Mornings X96. Turkeys, exclamation
turkeys.
point.
Yeah, I think this is Tracy giving us the big middle finger.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't think people are going to see this and go, I think Radio from Hell's giving away free turkey.
Exactly.
I think what it's doing, it's calling us
turkeys. That's obviously
That's
what it's doing.
I think is happening here.
I, for one, am offended.
And well, you should be. And plus, your drumstick is burnt.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Look at that. You're over.
No one will eat that.
I have kind of a nice tan.
Yeah,
but
I'm a little overcooked.
I look like I've been in the tanning booth.
But I think, okay, so, look, I'm willing. Look, my gut says he did it on purpose, because for some reason he doesn't like us.
He did.
But I'm willing to give him a second chance to fix it. Unfortunately, he's about a week and a half behind on his art. So
how long does it take to...
He's got other assignments. He's got the soccer team.
How are people going to know we're giving away free turkeys?
Well, we'll give one away, tomorrow, Katie? We'll probably give one away tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll give away a turkey. It better be a Norbest.
We are trying to focus on Thanksgiving because we feel like it gets neglected every year and just rushed right through the season to Christmas. Yep. I found this Thanksgiving traditions that have been mostly forgotten, so we need to bring...
Traditions that have been mostly forgotten. Okay.
Thanksgiving greeting cards.
I know Cabin Fever has a bunch of those.
So Christmas cards, everybody knows that, Valentine's cards. But back in the 1800s, people used to give each other Thanksgiving greetings. And this is what Dave says at Cabin Fever. This is the perfect time of year to send somebody a note saying why you're thankful for them.
Yeah.
My family still does that one.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, so I could send somebody a note saying, I will be very thankful if you would invite me over for Thanksgiving dinner.
I guess you could do that.
I mean, you can.
I mean, please invite me for Thanksgiving dinner. I would be very thankful.
Playing football before dinner, like the Kennedys do.
Oh, touch football, yeah.
Yeah, touch football in the
Always,
yard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to do that for Thanksgiving.
Place cards on your
Names
dining room
where
table.
you have your name on it, and there'd be little turkeys or something like that.
That was only at like weddings.
No, you do Thanksgiving.
No, Thanksgiving. Well, it's because you never have anybody over.
And
No, exactly.
And especially these days, those are important because maybe you don't want Grandpa Trumpy to be sitting next to.
Try to avoid.
Maybe that's for really big families.
Well,
I have a super small family.
We do that, and now there are 3 of us at home, but we do that every night anyway.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because I don't ever remember where I'm supposed to sit.
Oh boy.
Using your grandma's old recipes.
Oh, yes.
That's
Actually, I use Gordon Ramsay's
My
recipe
grandma
now,
was a
but-
terrible cook.
Oh, so you don't want that.
Oh.
And at dinner.
I use her recipe for putting that cheese in the celery. That's what I use her recipe.
At dinner, actually going around the table and saying what you're thankful for.
We do that, and my mom cries every single time.
Why would you do that on Thanksgiving?
That's because that's what it's all about.
Oh, it's right there in the name, isn't it?
Thanks. Giving.
Breaking the wishbone.
I remember that.
Oh yeah, no, I fight over that every year.
Every year it was my grandfather who broke wind.
So the wishbone from the turkey, you're supposed to break it, and whoever gets the bigger piece, they're supposed to have.
Make a wish.
You kind of have to save it because it doesn't.
Well, it does have to dry.
It has to dry out. So.
Yeah, otherwise it's never going to break for you.
Yeah. Using the good china and the good so what are some of the things your family does, Katie?
We do it buffet style. I don't know about other people, but we do solid buffet style. So we set everything out, and then we just go through the kitchen, then go to sit in the dining room.
That makes a lot more sense than trying to pass it around, doesn't it?
I think the only thing we really pass are the rolls, and that's because everybody eats multiple rolls. We have butt rolls every single year.
What?
Yeah. So.
Okay, great.
So we make our own rolls, but you know how frozen rolls come in just like little balls of dough.
Yeah.
So we put 2 of them in a pie, like a
muffin tin.
Muffin tin, yeah. So we put 2 in one tin, and when they expand and they cook, they become butt rolls, and you can pull them in half perfectly.
This is what you call them on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we call them
is
butt rolls.
I'm gonna butter my butt roll.
We used to use a traditional family recipe for the turkey, and then Gordon Ramsay's recipe came out, and it has the best gravy I've ever had in my entire life. So we use that from now on.
It's donkey gravy.
It's amazing gravy that you put like lemons, onions, and things inside of the turkey and let it cook. And then you pull all those out. You cut off the wings and stuff, and you let it boil in cider beer, something, and broth. And then you mash all of.
You got to get just the right amount of something, though.
Yeah, I know. You mash all of that up, and you reduce it down, and it makes the most flavorful gravy I've ever had in my life. I can bring some into you guys after Thanksgiving if you want to try.
Yeah, bring me a cup of gravy.
Anytime. It's actually,
I'd love a cup of gravy.
I know you would, Bill.
Now here's a text. Back in the 1800s, we used chamber pots. Are we going to bring them back?
Well,
Well, that's a weird Thanksgiving tradition you got there, dude.
What did they use chamber
That's
pots
weird.
for?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't want to know.
I don't either.
What's the one thing that you have at Thanksgiving dinner that you never eat? That you go, why are we having this? We have this because it's tradition, and you don't.
And
eat
nobody
it.
touches it.
Well, no, but just you personally.
Cranberries.
Oh,
you don't like cranberries?
I mean, I like them. You asked something that we don't eat during the year, but we have.
No, that's not what I meant. I mean,
What did you mean?
at Thanksgiving dinner.
That's
you
prepared.
put it out. You put it out, and nobody will.
And nobody eats.
Or you won't eat it.
That would be me. Cranberry sauce. I don't like it.
I can't think of it. Pumpkin pie.
You
I
pretty
don't
much
care
don't
for the
care.
pumpkin
I don't
pie.
waste my time with pumpkin pie.
It has to be the homemade pumpkin pie from my family with actual real pumpkin.
Well, I insist on having Brussels sprouts, but I know that some people don't eat them.
We have them all year.
Yeah, you don't have to wait.
Well, no, but you gotta have them on Thanksgiving.
You gotta.
Gotta.
Okay.
on this day?
In 1969, American musician, singer, songwriter, drummer, guitar player, everything guy, one of my favorites.
An all-around swell guy.
Dave Grohl was born. And you know, the first time I saw the Foo Fighters live in concert, you know who I went there with?
Oh.
My son Festus.
Oh, there he is. He's back.
Have we got this fixed?
I don't want to be your monkey wrench.
Whose monkey wrench would you like to be?
Okay.
He's back.
We'll see if it works this time.
Seaman. Do people call you Seaman?
I'm actually not even qualified to be called that yet.
No?
I haven't graduated to the seaman.
Scrub? Do they call you Scrub? What do they call you?
They just say, hey, guy.
Really?
Nobody wants to learn your name, so they say, hey, guy. And like 4 people turn around.
You're Seaman Recruit, correct?
Yeah, it sounds real good, doesn't it?
What? Now,
I can put it in my email signature.
So you've been going to class to learn to be a corpsman, which is a medical assistant of some sort, and all of that. But do you also have to do things like go to drills and march or anything like that, or is it just going to class?
So that was more in boot camp. That's where we learned to do all the marching, and we had to do we had like drill demonstrations and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And here, when we go to class, we do march in formation, but other than that, we're just kind of on our own.
So when are you going to learn to scrape barnacles off the hull? And
well, that's advanced stuff. That's full on seaman stuff.
Yeah, hoist the mizzen mast and walk the plank and all of that.
They gave us very brief PowerPoints on those, and then just kind of scooted us along.
What about knots? Are you learning knots?
Oh, yeah. Can I tie your knot?
Yes, we learned how to tie the bowline knot. I know how to do that one, and the square knot. The funny thing is, they issued us these hoodies in boot camp, and one thing we had to do was to tie the little strings on the hoodie in square knots. That was part of our inspection.
Right over left, left over right. Yeah, right over.
Yeah, they did inspect that.
They
inspected everything.
Sailor, that's a granny knot, not a square knot.
Now, Katie said
they
we
would
had
take
to.
it. They would
take it. What?
Go ahead.
They would take it and they would throw it on the ground if it was not satisfactory.
Wow, that's just rude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Katie said we had to talk to you at this time because you had roll call. What's that?
Oh, that's so. It's called muster. That's where in the mornings, which is why this quarantine makes no sense. We every morning of the week we have to meet outside with our entire class, and they make sure that everybody's here and nobody hung themselves or something.
Or sneaked off in the middle of the night.
Wow.
Yeah. So we have to do that. So it's not really a quarantine. It's more of their excuse for a quarantine or something. Because we still are around people every day.
Don't you mask up?
Yeah. We all have masks, but social distancing doesn't happen. And
Now,
they couldn't call it a quarantine.
I bought Festus for Christmas a mask just like this one at x96.com/live, and tell them what you told me about this mask I bought you.
I'm not even allowed to wear that.
It's an American flag mask. You would think he would be able to wear that, but he can't.
I'm in the American Navy, and we have the rule is we have to wear like a solid color mask.
Exactly, it's not standard issue. That stands out.
Now, you got the skull and crossbones on anything there?
A lot of people have tattoos of that, but other than that, no.
Now I have to talk Festus up for a second because he's in the top 5 in his class right now.
How many are in the class? 6?
6, yeah.
But if he remains in the top 5 of his class, he gets a better shot at deciding what do you get to decide?
So if I stay in the top, then I have a chance of getting promoted. Sorry, there's a car driving by.
Mm-hmm.
I can get promoted later on to E4 directly from E1 to E4 if I stay in the top, I think 10%, and then I can also decide my orders of my final duty stations.
All right.
Now I know you have a spouse. When does the spouse?
I do. It's a woman.
Yes. Good. Okay.
She exists. She's real.
Yep. She's real. Now she's not with you at this point, but does she get to join you at some point?
Yes, so she's here in Texas, actually. We don't get to live together, but we can see each other almost every day, actually. She lives about 5 minutes off base, and we have lunch together like every other day, every couple of days. And
lunch, huh?
So, yeah.
Yeah, lunch. I'm sure.
She makes him pot
That's what
roast
they're
and brings
calling
him pot roast.
Pot roast, huh?
Pot roast. Mom, pot roast.
All right. Well, this is the best text that I've seen regarding this whole thing, and that is Festus sounds like his posture has improved. I don't.
How can you tell that?
It's in the voice. Mm-hmm. They can hear you smile,
She's not
Gina.
wrong.
They can hear you standing up straight as well. Yeah. All
Well,
right.
I love you, baby doll. It's nice to hear your voice.
I love you, too.
So do I.
I love you, Bill.
And we need to know when your first Navy tattoo is going to happen and what it will be.
Honestly, I was thinking about this. So a lot of corpsmen get the, you guys know what the caduce looks like? It's the medical symbol.
The snake's caduceus.
Yeah. It's that a lot of corpsmen get that tattoo, so I was considering that.
Okay. Well, think about it. Let us know. Keep us posted.
Okay.
All right.
Let's get a bottle that says poison on it.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Festus. Talk to you later. Ahoy, hoy. There we go. You can call him later, Gina.
I will. I'll get the real scoop later.
Get the real stuff. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We've got Boner Fight on the way to determine Boner of the Day and a reasonable amount of news. Coming up, Gina, Lim Jewelers.
Oh, these are such nice people at Lim Jewelers. I just love them. They're the cutest family, and they're all artisans. They are artists making jewelry at their location, 574 East Fort Union Boulevard in Midvale. True craftsmen, they design jewelry. This is a good time to maybe think about designing something for Valentine's Day coming up. You want to have something special made. They will custom make you jewelry. They can repair jewelry. They've got in-house, highly skilled jewelers there. Get something designed, or maybe someone you love has a birthday in January. You can get something designed with the garnet stone. My daughter's birthday's in January, and we had a necklace made for her with the garnet birthstone in it. That's kind of a fun thing to do. They're personable, easy to work with. You'll consider them like family because they're family. Get a special gift for someone at Lim Jewelers. You can learn more by going to limjewelers.com or go see them, 574 East Fort Union Boulevard in Midvale.
I haven't dyed my goatee.
Don't. Looks stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so.
it embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I have never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me, don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is she's kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No, this girl's like, Valentine's Day's coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. The nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute. Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your visor down in the mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm
of
not
it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you?
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere.
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, "Oh, I didn't know I had hair there."
Yeah, well, I have, but I can't.
Tweezers in
but
your car.
but it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever
Standing on the
noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it and it doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blink? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because you know the robot's going to die at some point. All right. We do have Boner Fight coming up in just a few moments to determine who is Boner of the Day. We'll have that for you in about, 6 or so minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Well, Jeff Bridges, Lebowski, has shared some positive news amid his lymphoma diagnosis. The 71-year-old actor recently wrote on his website that, quote, his tumor has drastically shrunk after going in for a CAT scan. I go in for a CAT scan to see if my new protocol is shrinking my tumor. Turns out it's working beautifully, he said.
Oh, good.
The thing has drastically shrunk. I came home elated with the news. Bridges then shared work from his mentor, Roselle Sykes, that has been helping him amid his health struggles, writing, his mantra is, be love. Be love. Yep, that's my path. The Star revealed that he was diagnosed with lymphoma back in October. As the dude would say, new S has come to life, he wrote on Instagram and Twitter, referencing his famous character. I've been diagnosed with lymphoma. Although it's a serious disease, I feel fortunate that I have a great team of doctors. The prognosis is good. I'm starting treatment, and I'll keep you posted on my recovery. Weeks later, he shared that he would be keeping his fans updated. The cancer thing is bringing bringing on feelings of precociousness and gratitude and good old-fashioned love and lots of it, big time, he wrote. I'm feeling so much of it coming my way, and man, I appreciate it. It's contagious. It's contagious, all this love, man, like some kind of positive virus. I want to acknowledge and thank you guys for reaching out during this time. It feels good getting all the well wishes and the love.
Jesus, man, can you change the channel? You, man, if you don't like my music, get your own ass. I had a really rough... I'll pull up to the side and kick your ass out. Man, come on, I had a rough night, and I hate the Eagles, man.
He posted in the middle of December, here's the latest, feeling good, shaved my head, got a puppy. Monty had a birthday, 71. Man. I don't know who this is for exactly. It's called More Than Miyagi. It's a documentary about the life of Pat Morita, who played
There's
Mr.
more
Miyagi.
to him than Miyagi. He was also Al on Happy Days.
Mr. Miyagi in the Karate Kid. Yeah, I don't know why they couldn't call it More Than Al.
I can tell you exactly who this is for. People of a certain age who are currently really digging that Cobra Kai TV show are all fans of the Karate Kid. I never saw any of them, but they're huge fans of a certain age.
You never
who
saw
just love
Karate Kid?
No.
I saw the first one, I think. And I said to myself, yeah, I don't need any more of these.
I looked at the trailer and I went, there's nothing here for me. I hope you enjoy it, you know.
I did.
But apparently he used to be a stand-up comic.
Yeah.
And people said he was really quite good as a stand-up comic. Tommy Chong said he was really good, so I don't know. And Amazon has been promising, and they're going to deliver a Lord of the Rings TV series. Mm-hmm. And I guess it's about ready to come out.
They're starting to film it right now.
It says they're moving forward with the season 2, so I assumed that number 1 was already pretty much done.
They've approved season 2, but they're still filming season 1.
The newly extended season 1 they've been on hiatus because I guess
COVID.
They're doing it in New Zealand, and so it says the newly extended season 1 hiatus will span until the end of the winter season in New Zealand, which is just backwards, because they're in the other hemisphere, which I think would be very confusing to people. Aren't they very confused that they're having winter at a different time than the rest of the world? But it's happening, and it looks like it's going to. At least Amazon said it looks good enough to us that we're going to have another season of it.
Well, and according to the plot synopsis that was released from the studio, it's going to look into the origins of Sauron.
It's going to be like 1,000 years. Yeah, it's about 1,000 years before the events of the Hobbit. And
you'll find out how his all-seeing eye or whatever it is gets there. And
cool.
As the House impeached President Trump for a second time on Wednesday for inciting violence that led to a mob storming the Capitol last week, Utah's all-Republican House delegation called it a mistake that will divide the country, and that denies the president due process. 10 Republicans joined Democrats in passing the impeachment resolution, 232 to 197. The article raises serious constitutional questions that deserve a full hearing and considerable debate, a lengthy task that will delay the next administration's ability to move forward. The constituents in my district want elected officials to get to work and look to the future, said Utah Representative Burgess Owens.
Oh, you mean the author of Liberalism or How to Turn Good Men into Whiners, Weenies, and Wimps?
Yeah, that guy.
That's not divisive at all, is it?
He said that with 7 days left before President-elect Biden takes office, impeachment will only deepen the divide. It will be rushed, purely political. And
unlike the title of his book, which was meant to bring people together.
Yeah. Well, Carrie, you left off the last word of the title of his book. So the title again is Liberalism Turns Men into Weenies, Whiners, and Wimps. Kumbaya. It's kumbaya.
Didn't see it there.
Blake Moore, the
Our
newest
new congressman.
Yeah, the newest. He spoke. I heard him speak. And the others did not get a chance, but he spoke during the impeachment hearing, and he was better than most of them. In a
Yeah,
lot
but
of
he
ways, the
still
Republican.
doesn't see. I don't
Sure.
understand anybody not voting to impeach.
He, John Curtis thinks that they should have an investigation, but it's just telling that Chris Stewart hasn't said anything about the attack on the Capitol. Neither has Burgess Owens. They have not said anything at all about the attack on the Capitol. Good news, Gina.
What's that?
Edible insects are moving closer to dinner plates.
Good news for who?
Edible insects, I mean. The European Union's food watchdog on Wednesday paved the way for diners across Europe to tuck into bugs as it gave safety approval for human consumption of dried yellow mealworms.
No thanks.
The move for the European Safety Authority, kind of like the FDA here, the preliminary step needed before officials can decide whether to allow the beetle larvae to be sold to consumers for food. The ruling is the first complete risk assessment of an insect food product application by the agency. So then there's a picture here of these products, insect burgers. It's burgers made out of mealworms.
I'm going to stick with my burger from Diversion Eatery that's got, good old-fashioned beef in it.
Oh.
Yeah, I got a Cuban sandwich here that I'm waiting to tuck into.
I would try. I think Sue ate mine.
What?
I think she finished it.
Terrible. So let's see. This is not good news. China has placed 22 million people on lockdown. There's a new wave of coronavirus in China. They locked down 2 cities with more than 17 million people. They ordered a crash testing regime of nearly every resident there. That was completed in a matter of days because, they're communists, but they sure can get things done when they have to. They shut down transportation, canceled weddings and funerals because it's a new strain and they're not sure, and it's, so they're going after it.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay then. The winner from round 1 going against the winner from round 2. You remember way back in the 7 o'clock hour, the winner of Boner voting there was Shreddin' Naked, a naked skateboarder at a skate park in West Valley City. Drew quite a crowd. His name was Elvis. Going up against the winner from round 2, I'm with Donald to the bitter end. Mike Lindell, the inventor of the pillow and owner of the My Pillow company, continues to offer a Fight for Trump discount code if you want to purchase some of his pillows. And if you want to learn more about his pillows, he advertises heavily on every right-wing media outlet you can think of. So there you go. That's number 2.
You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting. Oh, no, it says Boner Fight, January 14, 2021. And vote there. More than likely, when you first arrive, you won't see that box right away. Refresh your browser. It should appear so you can vote online. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is Boner of the Day. You care about the air.
Yes, you do, and you should at any rate.
It's better today. We had that air cleared out, but don't take that for granted. We need to keep it clear, and you need to do your part.
Yeah, you can't just depend on the wind and the storms to clear the air. You have to help do it by, for instance, find your filling stations, your gasoline outlets that have the Tier 3 fuel, and use that because it burns cleaner. If you have a wood-burning stove, pay attention to the burn advisories, but just don't. Convert it to gas.
Now, I see it a lot with picking kids up from school, because when it's cold, there's a lot of people idling in their cars waiting to pick kids up from school. Don't do that.
Put on a coat. Don't idle your car. Skip the trip chain, all of that. You can find out more if you go to UCAIR, UCAIR, ucare.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell radio players.
Sex. Boom. There, I said it.
You did it. Good for you. I love how you snicker and can't say that word with a straight face.
I didn't snicker. All I'm saying is our relationship expert is in the studio. And I made a breakthrough. Didn't I?
What was it?
I said sex over the public airwaves.
Oh, by the way, I did get your email with all your questions. We're going to go through them one by one tonight.
All right, thanks for throwing me under the bus.
It's all good, brother. Big Daddy's here.
The birds and the bees. It's a conversation that is a famous in culture.
Oh yeah, critical.
What actual percentage would you say from your experience as a relationship coach, what percentage of families actually have this conversation with their kids?
You know, my gut would tell me 35%.
Really? See, I would have put it somewhere around like 5-10.
Well, I don't know, you think, but I don't know that they do a great job about it.
You know there's things we don't talk about, kids.
Right.
One of them is the birds and the bees.
I think we're getting to a day and age when more and more of it is happening. There are some great statistics about, teenage sex and things like that. And, those numbers are dropping, not doing it as much as they used to, amazingly.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that nationwide or just in Utah?
Nationwide.
Okay.
And, in fact, I'm looking for those as we're talking. I think what we're starting to see is, for example, younger adolescents, so younger than 15 years of age, are delaying sexual intercourse by a great number. In fact, here's some examples, some other statistics. Ages 12 to 19-year-olds report parents are their greatest influence regarding sexual decision-making and values.
Okay.
37% say their parents were the most important key as opposed to their friends, 33%, siblings 5%, and the media. So parents, it's a critical thing that you talk to your kids. 94% of adolescents and 91% of, it's 94% of adolescents and 91% of parents believe that adolescents should be advised that they should not have sex before completing high school.
That's interesting because, not the most part, but a lot of parents believe that their kids aren't going to listen to them.
Oh, yeah. No.
They don't have the kind of influence over their teenagers that they wish they had. But what you're saying is...
they expect it.
So, yeah, parents, step up. I think Utah, I believe we do have a bit of stigma around this topic. Sometimes we don't want to go there. Sometimes we think it's opening up a can of worms, but I think it's completely your responsibility. And, you would let your kid go and do something dangerous, without some advice, some information.
Like rock climbing or...
Like rock climbing, right. You'd make sure they knew what was going on. You'd make sure that they...
or driving.
Uh-huh, right.
What the hell was that?
That was the Radio from Hell radio players.
What? How long was that?
Too long.
How long was that?
4 minutes.
What did they say?
And that was cut off.
And I still don't know what they said.
I have no idea what they were talking
There was
about.
more of
Right, it's time to award Boner of the Day.
And Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by this delicious Cuban sandwich I've been enjoying here from Diversion Eatery.
Well, and also by my delicious Gina burger that I got from Diversion Eatery that I am enjoying right now.
So, Shreddin' Naked, even though it was a local boner candidate, didn't stand a chance.
No.
Boner candidate number 2. I'm with Donald to the bitter end. Mike Lindell, inventor of the pillow and owner of the My Pillow company, wins handily. Boner of the Day.
Well, that's your Boner of the Day for today, January 14th. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week, and that will be decided by Dave the Flower Guy. Tomorrow is when that happens, all right? Let's see. Oh, let's go to this. How did
Ryan.
you get the Cuban? Yeah, Ryan, did you get the Cuban sandwich, Bill?
I did. I got a Cuban.
As did I. Delicious. Now,
Yeah.
Ryan, is this you're going to put this on the menu, or are you just experimenting?
No, this is on the menu starting today.
Ooh.
At Diversion Eatery, which it says, I just noticed below it says Diversion, a social eatery. Now I became an aficionado of Cuban sandwiches some years ago. I'd never heard of them, but my sister, who has a restaurant up in Ogden, had a Cuban sandwich on her menu there, and she said, "Well, I'll try that." And man, I've loved Cuban sandwiches ever since.
I want to hear from Ryan. What is on your Cuban sandwich?
Yeah, describe what's on the Cuban, Ryan.
Yeah, we have spicy mustard with pickles. Then we have our carnitas pork on there, along with ham, some cheddar cheese, and then we threw some jalapenos on that as well. And it comes on a 7-inch pretzel bun that's all toasted up for you.
Yeah, now the pretzel bun is a really nice addition. Most Cubans are on like a panini sort of thing. The pretzel bun is great, and you have a thing for jalapenos, don't you, Ryan?
Yes, I do.
You kind of like them as an additive, and they taste great on the Cuban. I've just eaten a little bit of it, and it is delicious. Man, I love it. So, Ryan, what else is going on at Diversion Eatery? Anything new or anything you'd like to tell us about?
No, we're still hanging in there and stuff. You can order directly from us on diversioneatery.com for curbside pickup, but we also do delivery off our app as well. To kind of go from there. And then other than that, we're just doing what we're doing like everyone else is doing, just trying to survive in here, We can only fill the place 20% capacity, 30%, and then the rest is all deliveries or carry-outs.
You're still doing the weekend brunch, right?
Yes, we are.
Now, is that is it both weekend days or just...
Yes, for Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3, we're still doing brunch and everything. And our most popular item on there is still our steak and egg poutine going on there, followed by our breakfast pizza. And we still have $3 mimosas.
Oh,
what's on the breakfast pizza, Ryan?
Breakfast pizza, so it comes with some marinara sauce, some scrambled egg on there. We put some Mexican cheese on there, some sausage, tomatoes, bacon, and then we chop it off with some fresh basil.
You're playing God over there at Diversion Eatery.
No jalapenos, Ryan? No jalapenos?
No jalapenos on there unless you want it.
Okay.
535 North 3rd West is where you can find Diversion Eatery. You should also go to their website. Like Ryan was saying, you can order right from their website for curbside pickup or delivery. It's just diversioneatery.com.
Ryan, where do you stand on the controversy, Diversion Eatery or Diversion Eatery?
I've always just called it Diversion Eatery. I didn't know there was a controversy there, but whatever. If anyone wants to call it because they show up, I'm fine with it.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Hold on.
You call it, Ryan, you call it Diversion Eatery?
The Diversion, yes.
So I was saying it right.
Oh, my heck.
We've been saying it wrong.
I've
we
been
had an
saying it
argument
right.
with Katie about this.
We can argue about who's saying it wrong all day.
No, you can't argue with the owner.
Thank
I
you,
guess
Ryan.
it's Diversion Eatery from now on.
Can't argue with the Cuban sandwich, that's for sure.
Yeah. Ryan, thanks a lot. And thanks for your guy. Tell your guy thanks who delivered it to our doors. That was very kind. And
thank you very much.
Not a problem.
Yep.
No, thank you guys.
Check out Diversion Eatery.
No, Bill.
Diversion Eatery.
Diversion Eatery. I guess we have to switch.
All right. Thanks, Ryan. Nice talking to you.
Thank you. Have a great day, guys.
All right, Ryan.
You
Thank you very
learn
much.
something new every day. Look at that.
I guess.
I guess I'm going to have to divert my attention to Diversion Eatery.
All right, I'm not gonna. I was gonna pile on, but I'm not going to. Diversion. Now I have to get in the habit of saying diversion.
Diversion.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back. And we will crawl towards the exits after these. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Yeah. Look, it's colder than hail.
It is, and don't wait until your furnace breaks. Have Scott Hale come and do a furnace tune-up. That way, if there is something that's like pending disaster, they can catch it before it happens when it's freezing cold in the middle of the night and you have to call them for an emergency call. Let them look at it ahead of time.
Or you can just, or they just will improve the efficiency of the furnace if they tune it up a little bit. Probably, very likely nothing wrong. It'll just improve the efficiency. So they're doing, Scott Hale is doing tune-ups for just $39. If you need a new furnace, you can get $500 off a full new system, furnace and air conditioning, and $100 off a $300 repair. At Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air, you can give them a call, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE for Scott Hale.
We found a pair, my wife found a pair, I should say, of clown shoes at the DI. A giant
Sad
pair.
dead clown.
That's immediately what I thought was dead clown.
How else do they end up
I went right to dead
What's
clown.
sad, what's sad about a dead clown? That is a day of celebration.
Depends on where you find him. If you find him in the forest, that's kind of sad.
It's a gigantic pair. I think they were. I'll take a picture of them and present them next week.
She bought them?
Yeah, for my kid. Giant pair of. They're plastic. But they're meant to be, you can wear them, a giant pair, and I think they're pastel, like baby blue clown shoes.
Is there a law that says clown shoes should always be red?
That's what I thought.
That's
what I thought.
They're red.
It seems to
The
me they
nose
were-
is red, the shoes are red.
It seems to me they were, yeah.
And was he excited about the clown shoes?
Thrilled.
Congressman Bozo would like to put forth the following law, that clown shoes will always be red.
You know, I proposed this many years ago. I think we should have a National Clown Day where everyone in the United States, by law, everyone, by law, is required to wear a clown costume. And I mean everyone, from the president to the members of Congress.
You wouldn't do that.
If it was a law,
you would stay home.
police officer in your home, people could come and knock. Authorities would come and knock on your door, dressed as clowns, and say,
Clown check.
"Are you? Yeah, exactly. Are you in there? If you're not dressed as a clown, you're going to clown jail."
You see, this is why Bill would be an excellent Republican. He fails to see the constitutionality. And that's why
the Constitution is suspended for one
day.
One day, maybe a week. A week.
What is the purpose of everybody being a clown?
It would humble all of us. It would humble all of us. We would all become clowns.
That's why you won't do it.
I can see exactly.
I think National Clown Week, and
Really?
everyone has to dress as a clown for an entire week. You'd have to go to old folks' homes and dress the retirees and the shut-ins as clown. Even if it meant just as something as simple as just putting a nose on them.
Question.
Yes.
What about people in comas?
Yes.
Because they need to be humbled. If you've ever met a bunch of people that are up
surgeons, people performing surgery, and the patients, everyone. And now a surgeon, he couldn't wear the big dumb gloves, but he could. You'd maybe have to have a nose on under the mask. All of that.
All right.
I think I'm gonna. You elect me. You elect me the mayor of Salt Lake. I'll start it in Salt Lake. It'll be Salt Lake Clown Week, and everyone in Salt Lake will have to dress as a clown.
Now, luckily, I live in unincorporated Salt Lake, so
that's you'll be. But if you come into my city,
all right,
no clowning around.
Oh.
All right,
that's where the term clown fever will come from. People who are sick and won't come in. Okay, 9:49 right now.
I'm all full of burger now.
That's not all you're full of, baby.
From Diversion Eatery.
Diversion. There
which
you go.
was delicious.
And
You know,
everyone's texting in saying, "Great, now we're hungry. Thanks."
Well, that's the idea.
I'm like,
That's-
they open in a bit, you know.
and that's the idea. That's what we do. You know, we do commercials so that you will go, gee, I'd like to try that product. So we talk about Diversion Eatery. We talk about the Cuban sandwich. Makes you hungry. Then you go to Diversion Eatery. That's
Radio,
how-
it's fundamental.
Exactly. I just realized that actually there's an old term that describes what I am these days. I'm a shut-in.
Yeah.
It's an old-fashioned term.
You know what, Bill? I was thinking about you yesterday because
Yeah.
I have had occasion to be out driving a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, I took my daughter to try to get her learner's permit, which she did not get.
Oh,
but
no.
That's another story.
I need to
but
hear
that's
about
another
that.
story.
But, yeah.
But we were driving out to the fair park, and she's been a shut-in here, doing homeschool and everything. And we were driving through downtown, and she said, "I forgot how beautiful Salt Lake City is." Like she was looking around at buildings, like she never leaves the house. And I thought of you specifically, and I'm like, you just go for a drive, Bill. You don't need to have a destination in mind. You can just go.
YouCare.org, Gina.
Well, I know, but
but I really, I don't think I've been out this week since Sunday. We went, so we did an overnight at the Grand America Hotel on from Saturday to Sunday, and then I don't think I've been anywhere since then. I've been in the house. I may have stepped out on the porch briefly to pick up a copy of the New York Times, or to go get my food from Diversion Eatery that they so thoughtfully delivered to my front porch, but haven't been out at all.
Kerry was out yesterday. I know Wednesdays are his day out.
Yeah, I usually go every other Wednesday.
Do you not really leave the house hardly at all other than that? Yeah.
No,
It's
I
weird.
Just don't. We're having groceries delivered today. But so one of the things I did do was went to the comic book store, and I got these, and I thought, oh, Katie will be jealous of these.
What do we got there?
These are Haunted Mansion action figures. So you're hitchhiking ghosts. See?
Yeah.
That's Ezra, of course.
Yeah.
They have names, you know.
Did they have the Hatbox Ghost?
No.
Oh, sad.
It's they haven't produced that one yet. This one's Gus, of course.
Yeah.
And this is Phineas.
Now, I have a question. Do they glow in the dark? Because they should really glow in the dark.
I'll bet that's a variant that I don't have.
What is it? Grim grinning ghosts go out for...
To socialize.
To socialize, that's what it is. Yeah. Grim grinning ghosts go out to socialize.
But these are specifically the hitchhiking ghosts at the end of the ride.
Yeah.
The ghosts will follow you home.
Beware of hitchhiking ghosts. I loved the Haunted Mansion over the years, but I don't really need to do it again.
See, now talking about it right now makes me want to go do it because it's been a while.
I don't want to stand in that elevator room packed in like sardines with a bunch of other people.
Well, not these days, no.
I don't think I'll ever want to do that again, ever, for any reason.
I will again eventually.
Welcome, foolish mortals. I am your host, your ghost host.
Yeah, I will eventually, but it's going to be years before I get back into that elevator. I'm going to be very selective about this.
Elevator? What are you talking about?
I mean the
That's
room,
just a room.
the stretching room.
Yeah.
The room
where you see paintings of some of our guests as they appeared in their corruptible, mortal state.
By the way, this voice, Paul Frees, he's been dead for 50 years.
He's a genius, too.
Almost as though you sense a disquieting metamorphosis. Is this haunted room actually stretching? Or is it your imagination? And consider this dismaying observation. This chamber has no windows and no doors. Which offers you this chilling challenge to find a way out.
Of course. There's always my way.
Nothing caps it off like a little suicide joke.
Yeah.
Right there at the end.
But I will go on that ride in about 2 years. I'm going to wait that long.
Let the COVID settle.
Yeah, I mean, I know we'll probably wind up traveling toward the end of this year, but even then I'm going to be very careful about it. I'm still going to wear my mask. I'm still not going to shake hands. I'm going to constantly wash my hands.
Those things may never leave, and that's okay.
Yeah, at least it's gotten me to wash my hands occasionally. It's funny though. There are certain things like that I've done so many times that I just like. Riding a motorcycle is another one.
Yeah.
People say, "Don't you miss? Wouldn't you like to have a motorcycle again? Go on a motorcycle?" Nah, I've done that. I've done that. I've done it enough.
You've moved on.
I've got other things I need to do.
I would be interested in one of those electric motorcycles.
Yeah.
Like I know that Harley has one, but I haven't really looked into it, other than I'm aware of them, and that's as far as it's gone.
Yeah, I can't imagine how expensive they are.
That I would be interested in is an electric bike, but anything else, I don't think so.
I have an electric bicycle.
The electric vehicles are just, there's next to no maintenance, so it's just...
I'd always be afraid, though, if, like on a Tesla, it has that, just that big screen, essentially, where everything operates.
Yeah.
But if something goes wrong electronically, it's not something that you can just, raise the hood and,
okay, let's put you in that position. You raise the hood. What would you do next?
Well, yeah, probably.
You stand there with your hands on your hips, and you look at it and go,
Even combustion cars now, there's not much I can do.
Yeah, there's not.
But I mean, it used to be that I knew sort of, I knew where the throttle was, that it might be stuck, or, the gear shift I knew how to kind of do something with that.
Anymore, all that stuff is so crammed in sideways that you just can't get to it. That's why repairs are so expensive, because you got to pull the whole engine just to replace a gasket usually.
Yeah. Oh, your window's not working. Sorry, that's $500.
But the electric cars, it's just. Ask them when you buy it. It says, "Okay, what's the maintenance plan?" And they'll look at you like, "Excuse me." What?
There's no maintenance plan.
There isn't one really.
It just goes forever.
Well,
you don't ever have to do anything.
Occasionally you get an update.
But that's like in your garage on the Wi-Fi. It just
yeah.
Oh, you can make fart noises with the signal now. Okay, awesome.
Oh, they've sent me a whole packet of new voices for my computer on the car.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Let me pull up the promo, and we'll do it, and we'll get out of here.
I forgot about that. Hang on. Okay.
We have finally crawled our way to Friday's Radio from Hell show.
Well, what better way to get into the weekend than with another drinking game from Victoria, as she gives us a Real Housewives of Salt Lake update at 7 a.m.
Then at 8 a.m., we'll answer the best or meh question of the week, but you got to send us your questions, fun, interesting, whatever you want. Send them into radiofromhell@x96.com.
And then at 8:45, Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson will join us for the county update.
And, of course, there will be more on Friday's Radio from Hell show, X96. Okay.
Cuban sandwich is making me burp. I think it's the jalapeno.
All right. Okay. I think we're covered, right? We're good? Whole business? Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I go for the full potato.
Corey is next.